4, 3, 2, 1. Good evening and welcome back to the evening portion of the council meeting of June 28th. Under item number 13, scheduled delegations. We do not have any scheduled delegations tonight, but to remind people who may be interested in the future in attending the evening portion of City Council, you simply have to go online. There's a form you fill out. It gets to our legislative services clerk, and then you get put on the agenda. There is always the 3 p.m. portion of council that if you don't have time to let us know, you can show up for. It's impromptu and you do not need to let us know ahead of time. So there's 2 opportunities to come and speak to council at any time. Moving along in our agenda, item number 14, there's no unfinished business, and then we will move to item number 15, which is public hearings. At this point, I will turn this portion of the meeting over to Deputy Mayor Wade Plott, as I have declared a conflict of interest with a perception of bias in regards to this topic. So I will turn off my camera and leave the room, and I will join you shortly.
Okay, so with that, we'll move on and we'll have, as Councillor Clayton, or Mayor Clayton leaves the room. So I'll be chairing this portion of the meeting. So I guess with that, we'll move into the land use amendments and we'll ask the introduction to administration, please. And we'll start the public hearing.
All right, thank you, Acting Mayor Plott. The city has initiated an amendment to the land use bylaw. The purpose of the proposed amendment is to create a new DC 29 site-specific direct control district and to rezone 12102 100th Street from CA arterial commercial to DC 29 direct control. The DC district would allow for the development of permanent supported housing and transitional housing in the existing hotel development that's on the site. It would also allow for the provision of services to the residents that would live within that facility. And it would also allow the city social services and enforcement services departments to establish offices on the site. City Council would be the development authority for all of the uses and standards within this DC district. The site is located on the northwest corner of 100th Street and 121st Avenue and is approximately 1.546 hectares in area. The hotel development contains approximately 126 guest rooms, restaurant, lounge, conference facilities, and a liquor store, and obviously a large parking area on the site. Vehicle access to the site is from 121st Avenue to the south, and also off the service road that is adjacent to 100th Street on the east side of the property. As far as context, a car dealership is located directly to the north. A large multifamily townhouse development is located directly to the west. A motel, 2-story motel and a general contractor are located directly to the south. To the east, on the other side of 100th Street, there is a gas bar and car wash, 2 restaurants, a Real Canadian Superstore, and other arterial commercial type businesses. Prairie Mall is located to the southeast, and office buildings are located to the southwest. The site is located directly on 2 transit routes that use 121st Avenue. It's also within close walking distance of 2 additional transit routes. And therefore, this site can be said to be very well served by the city's transit service for people who don't have access to motor vehicles. The site is also within walking distance of grocery and retail stores to meet the needs of future residents of this development. Actually, I'll leave it here. Actually, I'll go back one. The proposed amendment is supported by the following results definitions in Council's strategic plan. One is to act as a catalyst for the provision of affordable and supportive housing alternatives that meet the needs of the community. And the second is to deliver programs and services that meet the social needs of the community and the individuals by promoting healthy diversity, inclusiveness, and well-being. No environmental or economic impacts have been identified. The amendment will facilitate the development of permit supported housing and transitional housing for residents in need of such housing, and will also allow for the delivery of health support services right on the site itself. Section 613 of the Municipal Development Plan states that Council, through the Family Community Support Services, will strive to create housing partnerships. This is consistent with the Plan to End Homelessness, which says that supportive housing in combination with support services has been identified as the most effective way to end homelessness. The site is not covered by an area structure plan or an outline plan. This map shows the zoning of the site and the surrounding areas. Obviously, the site itself is CA, arterial commercial. The area, the site, or the land directly to the west is RM, medium density. And then further to the north, there is CT and DC9, which takes the form of it's commercial direct control. And then across 100th Street to the east, the area is also CA, and it's not until you get onto the other side of the CN tracks that the area transitions into residential uses. The proposed DC9 district would establish City Council as the development authority for all the uses in the district, and all uses and development standards would be at Council's discretion. Permanent supported housing and transitional housing is residential in character. Support services that would be provided on the site are largely commercial in nature and expected and consistent with commercial districts. The subject site is located at the transition between the CA district and the multifamily residential district directly to the west. As a result, we're of the opinion that the proposed use of the area is compatible with the surrounding area. With respect to risk, if Council does adopt this bylaw amendment, but for whatever reason chooses not to proceed with development, the DC29 district does allow, it's flexible and allows any use as prescribed by Council. But if this development does not proceed, then our recommendation would be is that the site be rezoned back to a conventional land use district. As part of the application process, the applicant, which was the city, was required to undertake an engagement process. This consisted of 6 online consultation sessions where surrounding landowners were notified by mail, signs were placed on the property, and there were also in-person interviews with many landowners. A summary of the input received from these engagement sessions are attached as attachment 2. There's 3 PDFs that all form attachment 2. One is kind of a summary report. The second one is actual communications between the city and people who were responding. And then the third is a map that shows the area that the applicants contacted directly by mail. With respect to the public hearing, the notice of the public hearing was undertaken in accordance with the requirements of the Municipal Government Act and the Land Use Bylaw. This included letters sent to all landowners within 200 meters. This is what 200 meters looks like. Two signs were posted on the property in accordance with the requirement of the Land Use Bylaw, and the city's public notices page contained a notice of tonight's public hearing. And no, at the time of writing, no comments were forwarded to me. In fact, no comments on this were forwarded to me. Passing the bylaw would allow the city to undertake the proposed repurposing of the site and building per the city budget. The DC29 district would establish the city as the development authority for all the developments on the site, and all uses and standards are at Council's discretion. And as I stated previously, we consider this to be compatible with the surrounding land uses, and therefore we are recommending that Council give first, second, and third reading to bylaw C 1260-138. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Welton, for the introduction. And we'll start with any questions from Council. And Chambers are on Zoom. I'm sorry, I'm not seeing Zoom come up, but I'll start with Councillor Bressie, please.
Great. Thank you. I definitely have a lot of questions about this project in general as I'm deciding where I end up on it. But for this, since we're just talking about rezoning, I'll stick to just questions about the actual land use side of this. And the question I've got is looking at the land use district and in terms of uses, one of the uses is community outreach facility that is contemplated for this direct control district. Could I just get a little bit of input on if community outreach facility is essential to this rezoning, if that's essential to what's proposed for the coordinated care campus, or is that a catch-all, just in case thing? Just could somebody tell me why that's included in the list of permitted uses?
Through the mayor, I think I will pass this to the applicants to answer questions like that. As far as what the, because I mean, this question gets into sort of what is administration proposing to use this, the development for, and I think the applicants are probably better to answer that type of question than I am.
Sure. So will that be will other members of the administration who are on different teams be speaking at a different part of the presentation? Should I save this for a few minutes, or should I get an answer now? Just just procedurally, how is this going to work?
Through the mayor, this is kind of the sort of the asking questions of planning. Once council is satisfied that I've answered all their questions, then I believe that the rest of administration would be making a presentation or answering questions under the anybody to speak in favor of this amendment. But in fact, I think that if the mayor sees fit to allow people to jump in now, I think that's not unreasonable.
No, I think I don't know what the chair will say, but I think I'm fine waiting to speak to the rest of administration so we follow a more normal process. That's fine with me. But so then a question in terms of the zoning specifically for planning then is, so these uses are all discretionary uses. So if council approves these uses as it is today, and in the future administration wanted to put in a community outreach facility into this, but that wasn't contemplated right from the beginning, then that would have to be something that would actually come to council, would have to come to a council meeting to approve as a development authority. Am I understanding that right?
Yes, through the mayor. The district has obviously like a number of uses that is intended to reflect certainly my understanding of what the city is proposing to do sort of as kind of in the immediate term. But there's always some ambiguity or overlap between uses. And therefore the intent of this list was to be fairly broad. And then the last bullet point being any other use deemed appropriate by the development authority is to ensure that if I've not captured something, that it would be allowed at the discretion of council. If council approves a development permit tonight, and then later on, at some point in the future, decides that it wants to do something in addition to what is initially approved by the development permit, then administration would have to come back to the council for a new development permit. So over time, if the uses in the site, if they kind of transition or new services become identified as being a valuable thing on the site, and they're not covered by the existing development permit, then administration would come back to council for additional development permit for any change of use.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bressie. Any other questions for administration? Okay, I guess seeing none, I'll jump in the queue here. I guess, Mr. Walton, can you just give me some examples, or I know there was an awful lot of, we did quite a few online Zoom engagement sessions. Can you just tell me of those sessions, what changes were made from the outcomes and some of the conversations that we heard from communities, just to get an idea of what level of engagement and what changes come out of that with the engagement. I'm sure we had probably some great conversations and some great ideas. So I could just get examples of what changed in the planning.
Through the mayor, there's an awful lot, a lot of this engagement was done to identify what sort of public reactions and how the city might address those concerns. How do I describe this? This fundamentally, this district isn't any different as a result of the consultation that the applicant had to do. The pre-consultation that the applicant had to do was to identify concerns and address them, and then communicate those concerns to council. So the purpose of that engagement is to inform council about the concerns of the residents, not so much to concern, me in planning as to the concerns. It was about informing council. So that's kind of the big purpose of that pre-engagement requirement in the bylaw.
Okay, and I'll keep going here because I'm seeing nobody else in queue. I guess just when I'm thinking about the normal process of a development permit change, when I'm looking on our policy saying that it should show all sidewalks and curbs, it should show all of the landscaping plan, it should show the dimensions of the layout, the lot, the parking areas. I'm not seeing that in our package anywhere, and I've never seen it in our packages through the engagement session. So can you just maybe speak to me about how maybe this process is different than what we'd see with a normal development application that would have all of those? We have another development application in our permit tonight that has an awful lot of detail. We haven't seen that level of detail on this site. So can you explain to me how that's normal, that we wouldn't see any landscaping plans and any of these specific criteria that we'd ask for a normal development application?
Mr. Mayor, I kind of feel like I can't answer that because that's kind of that's a question for the development permit process, the development permit consideration that comes after this public hearing. If council chooses to amend the bylaw, the development permit, or the rezoning process wouldn't necessarily get into things like on-site landscaping and sidewalks and those sorts of things. Those are very much addressed at the development permit stage. And essentially what this district says is that whatever standards council wants to impose on the development permit with respect to the number of trees, number of parking stalls, all of the development standards that normally would form part of a district, such as front yard, side yard, rear yard setbacks, all of that is at the discretion of council. And so it's kind of any details about landscaping, et cetera, would be in the development permit review process, not the rezoning process. Thank you.
So, and that 100%, I see that's a secondary thing in our package. I guess here's my questions is, when did the information about all that stuff get released to the community? When did we release all the information about the business case and all the stuff? There was engagement sessions that you had to go online to enroll and you could email, but when did all this stuff become public for the community to actually review and look at?
Through the mayor, I check my calendar in front of me. From the planning perspective, we circulated the development permit in, the rezoning in May, and from the planning perspective, that's when it became public. From all of the other perspectives, it was the Community Social Development, Chris Manuel's department. He's turned his camera on, so hopefully he can answer this. But a lot of the engagement came out of the Community Social Development Department, and it sort of, in some respects, it coordinated with what I was doing from sending out my initial circulation to our technical review. But it was really Chris's department that did the initial release of this information to the public. And so I think that is a better answered by Mr. Manuel.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, Mr. Welton. Mr. Manuel, if you wouldn't mind addressing that, please.
Certainly. And thank you through the chair. So I think it's important that we talk to process a little bit here. So what we have in front of us is the land use planning issue at the moment. So what Mr. Welton is here doing, representing administration for, is he's not representing the applicant. The applicant would be Protective and Social Services and myself. Mr. Welton's role for this is to walk us through what would be the regular process for any applicant that he would assess and guide through the land use piece. Now, discussions around development permits and the ultimate project will best be directed at the appropriate times to myself or one of the other members of administration involved as the proponents of the project. And we'll gladly be able to provide those specific details. As far as meeting the necessary engagement processes related to the land use amendment here today, Mr. Welton is certainly the appropriate resource to speak to meeting those requirements. Certainly, I'll be able to expand on the complete engagement, when it occurred, why it occurred, and answer those specific questions.
Okay, so sorry, maybe I'll just try one other time with Director Welton. In a normal direct control or land use planning change that we're going through, would it be typical to be seeing before we're engaging? I'm just thinking about when we've had development come through to try to rezone a piece of land. They're bringing in renderings, landscape plans, all kinds of information, which we had none of in that report. So I appreciate we engaged with people. We did a lot of engagement. Well, now we're talking about land use planning, and I'm confused about how we engage with people. We didn't have any plans on around the land use planning. There was nothing in these packages that said anything about those items, which is stuff we expect from the development committee. So I'm struggling with that, and maybe you can just walk me through why this one's different than what we'd expect from a normal developer to try to rezone a piece of land.
So specifically in response to rezoning, I believe that those necessary steps have been completed. I believe the piece that you're referencing, Councillor Pilote, would be more pertinent to the development permit, which would be the subsequent discussion, I guess, following the land use decision, if it were to proceed. So I'll just refer maybe to Mr. Welton.
Sure. To the Mayor, in most cases with development and I think I get your question is, in most cases when we do direct control districts, when an applicant is coming in and says, hey, we want to do something that doesn't fit into a standard district, we ask for some details as far as the site or the building, et cetera. That is like most I think, but not all of our districts, our DC districts are like that. In most cases, our DC districts are for new construction, oftentimes in new areas, sometimes in older areas, but typically it is new construction on vacant land. In this particular case, obviously the site is fully serviced, the site is fully built out, there's parking there, there's a building. And so the rezoning is exclusively, I would say, having to do with changing the bylaw to allow different uses. The characteristics of the site are not likely to change significantly. So that's why this district doesn't have all of the site plans and building plans that a standard or that other DC districts would have, and that would be, those districts are generally for new construction, and we want to see what everything is going to look like and placement on the site. Whereas in this case, it's really fundamentally just about the use of an existing building, an existing site with parking. It's already landscaped. It already has whatever it has for sidewalks, etc. So that's why this particular district is a little bit different than most of our DC districts. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Welton? Okay. So seeing no more questions, I think we're going to move into our presentation and submission portion of the evening. So we've got quite a few delegates tonight, so I'm just going to ask the delegates. The administration has done a great job of setting up the order, and I'll queue you up. I just would ask you to try to keep it to 3 to 5 minutes, please. We do have 13 people that want to speak, and I would just ask if you wouldn't mind, if you've heard something said, I don't mind just repeating it, but let's try not to just keep saying the same things over and over, whether it's for or against. Let's just try to keep moving forward and not just repeating the same things, please. So on that note, we'll start with our first delegate, please, Ms. Tyler Savard, if you wouldn't mind turning your camera on and introducing yourself. And again, if you can take maybe 3 to 5 minutes.
Wait, we want to speak.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Minhaus.
Brian Glavin would like to talk.
Sorry, I don't have Zoom pictures up in here, so I didn't see any hands go up. So my apologies. Go ahead, Director Glavin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Palat. Yeah, I was just going to supplement Mr. Welton's explanation of the zoning. A rezoning that council would be familiar with more recently would have been in Stone Ridge, not Stonebridge, but down on the south end, south of Eastlink Center, where we're rezoning a property. The applicants asked to rezone a property from RM to CG. So in that case, the applicant doesn't have to supply any renderings of what it's going to look like. In this case, they're suggesting that it would be a medical office building, but ultimately, once you rezone something to a zoning, anything that's allowed within that use is permitted. So in this case, even though that they're saying they're going to do something, they don't have to. So in most rezonings, you do not see permits, or you don't see the level of detail that you do see in the development permit. So as Dan and Chris both said, you'll see a lot of that tonight in the second part of this, where we talk about the development permit.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, Director Glavin. Seeing no other hands up in chambers here, I guess we will move into the presentation submissions, please, and I'll ask Ms. Savard if she could please turn her camera on. Sorry, is it possible in council chambers to try to get Zoom up on one of the computers? Or that was okay, sorry. So Councillor O'Toole, please go ahead.
No, I'm good. Tyler Savard now.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Tyler, please.
All right. Well, thank you, Interim Mayor Palat and Council. I appreciate the opportunity that we can come together as community to have these conversations and to, to collaborate on coming together to better understand the dynamics of our community and the opportunities that we have. I'm sure most of you know at least some of the work in the areas of community involvement that I'm in. If anything, you should definitely know that when it comes to addictions and mental health, I'm deeply involved to ensure we have education, awareness, advocacy, and just overall things moving forward in every which way in our community. So not only those that are struggling with substance use, but as well as their families and overall as a community to ensure that we are supporting one another and that we have that understanding and those ripple effects of the initiatives taking place in our community. In addition to being a member of our Community Opioid Response Task Force, I'm also a member of the Alberta Health Services Addictions and Mental Health Provincial Advisory Council, as well as a national leader with Moms Stop the Harm, where I have another secondary role, actually the primary role, I guess, where I'm also the Stronger Together Canada program coordinator, which includes setting up peer support groups across Canada for those who have lost a loved one to substance use and those who have a loved one who is struggling with substance use or working on recovery. So it gives you a pretty good picture that I can totally understand the situation of the various demographics of our community that the community coordinated care campus would be supporting. I guess that's the whole rezoning, and that kind of is more the formality of it. But when we look at, what would the steps to get from, the steps of ABC to get to where D is, where that's the goal, and that's where we can have the progress and the initiative and the good coming out of it. I'm totally 100%. If it could be more than 100, it totally would. I think it'd be absolutely amazing if this project for it to come to reality. I'm very excited that we are finally doing something that will be long lasting. It's going to actually help people attain a stable footing to work through what brought them to to this chapter in their life book and set them up for success in achieving health and wellness. Those are some of the things that we take for granted without even realizing it. such as having luxuries of life, such as, having a job and a home and a family and a vehicle and, and having money to just, eat out if you want or buy that coffee or any such things we don't even consciously think about. But we do have a combination of people in our community that do not have those luxuries. For whatever reason, things have happened and some sort of trauma has taken place, which all statistics and studies go back to showing that trauma is what ends up, at some point in time, trauma is what ends up being where we have then members of community that are struggling and struggling to survive, struggling to deal with the pain and the whole turmoil and chaos that they have been handed. And unfortunately, that of course tears down mental health, assuming they had resiliency initially, which we don't have as a common factor. Just like common sense used to be something we used to all have, it's something that's taught now, which we didn't realize that could happen and in amongst our history. Anyway, so moving forward, we are so accustomed to the Band-Aid short-term solutions, which we have so many of, and yes, they are helping our community, but they are not enough. A Band-Aid is not going to help a gunshot wound, and we're dealing with a gunshot wound. We are top of the charts, yet once again, for overdose deaths, despite all of our current initiatives that we have in place. So our initiatives are helping, but they are not enough to get ahead of the situation, to get control of it, and to truly positively impact our community. Our stats are showing, again, now, when we look at our stats, it's an 80-20. 80% of those that are dying from overdose are those that are, have those luxuries in life. They are the ones that it could be any of us sitting in this Zoom room right now that we wouldn't even know that about each other. Very few people know that they are using substances, but yet they're the 80% of those that are dying in our community. So when we look at the remaining 20%, those are the members in our community that are totally, they're vulnerable. They're in our eyesight because they have lost those luxuries and don't have that place to be able to hide. And they're just struggling every day trying to survive. This is a huge demographic of our community where we don't have supports, and especially when it comes to housing. We have a huge gap in our services that we do offer. We have housing for those up to 55, but then we have nothing again until over 65. Nobody is that age in our community. We probably don't have as many that are, because we are a younger community, but eventually we're going to have a huge amount of our community members that are going to be at that level. And then we have nothing in place for them. So having this kind of a project, yes, this unique model, it meets the many needs and fills so many gaps that we currently have and have had in our community for a very long time. So, having the collaboration of services, the accountability of those living there, such as paying rent, the opportunity for them to work there and to build upon life skills and take pride in ownership in their well-being and their surrounding and actually being able to say they have a home. Those are all steps towards enriching our community health. I get the whole not in my backyard will always be a factor and a mindset that is in every community. But you know what? We have been leaders in our province, in our country, showing that we do things differently, that we take an initiative and we think outside the box. We make things happen. And you know what? It all comes together by information sharing, the collaboration from community on all sides to be able to achieve such great things. So I definitely would strongly encourage that please do definitely look at rezoning this, and then this awesomeness can definitely happen in our community because it is beyond being greatly needed.
Thanks, Tyler. I don't know if you muted yourself at the end or if we did that, but I'll just look to my colleagues for any questions for Ms. Savard. No? Okay, seeing none. Thanks a lot for coming in, Tyler, and speaking today. We appreciate that. So you're more than welcome to stay on. If I can just get you to turn your camera off, though, and we'll ask the next delegate in favor of this to speak, please. And I'd ask Mr. Jerry Napier if you could please turn on your camera and take 3 to 5 minutes to kind of tell us your story, please, and why you're in support.
Thank you, Chair Plott, councillors, and other attendees. I'm here tonight to tell you a story, and it's not about me, but it tells of how I become involved in the social development issues in the community and why I believe the need for the coordinated care campus is past due, cannot wait, and why the Stonebridge project should go ahead. My name is Jerry Napier. I moved to Grande Prairie when this community was 12,000 people over 50 years ago. I came here to go to college. I stayed because I saw so much potential here. And this is where I raised my family and started, and after 45 years, ended my careers, and is where I owned and operated my businesses. It is the community that I'm proud of, and I'm very proud to call it home. And I've always been involved in the volunteering end of things with various organizations, such as sports teams, with Rotary, with youth programs, with the Chamber, sitting on various boards and when and where I was needed, and many of which I'm still active on today and still fit in one capacity or another and help out with. But it was by chance just a few years ago that a troubled young man came into my life, and he led me down a path of looking at the gaps of the social system in our community. As a result, I initiated an organization that I operate under. It's called Gaps in the Peace. It's a nonprofit, non-funded organization of volunteers working and collaborating with various agencies and organizations to identify and close the gaps that prevent vulnerable people from receiving help with their needs and becoming a greater burden on our community. As a family, we always volunteered for and donated to those in need without ever giving a serious consideration to the challenges they face, especially when dealing with poverty, addictions, mental health, homelessness, lack of employment opportunities, employment opportunities, and legal issues. The young man who came into my life faced all of the above. He had a family he was unable to provide for. He had long given up on the social services and soon lost his family because of his inability to find and access the help that he needed, even his basic needs. I became involved with the idea that I thought my experience and contacts in the community, I could take him off the street and find him housing and support, help him get his life back on track. I admit I was naive in this area. That wasn't my thing. I came from the business community, but I thought I was doing good. I soon learned a lot about the street and the reasons why people live on it and struggle. I learned many of the reasons they act as they do and the hurdles that they must encounter just to eat, sleep, obtain legal support, deal with the negative public attitudes towards them, and all while trying to stay safe and survive. I learned the gaps they face, which may or may not seem like much to us, but they might as well be the Grand Canyon to them, and without any means for them to cross it. I learned we need to fill these gaps to prevent the revolving doors occurring at shelters, hospitals, and justice systems, all of which are taxing at the highest levels. I learned that providing permanent supportive housing and food where their other basic needs can be addressed can make the difference of dealing with in a coordinated environment and the consequences of letting them deal with their needs and issues on their own. I saw this, and believe me, it doesn't work. I know it doesn't. I strongly believe the coordinated care campus has the potential to provide the controlled environment they need and to provide it now. As much as I tried and as much as the different services, agencies, and organizations tried to help, the gaps were just too wide for the young friend that I was dealing with. Without a safe permanent roof over his head, without supervision over his meds for his mental issues, without the permanent financial support, without help in navigating the systems, he continued to fall through the cracks. 3 times through the jail system, once only to be turned loose onto the streets from a halfway house with no shelter, no food, no money, and no medications. Where do you think he was heading? Straight to where he came from. He lost his family, almost froze to death sleeping on the street, then permanently disabled and almost killed a person because he was off his medications. I temporarily stabilized him a number of times, even taking him in, but that was not the answer, as I was not qualified to deal with his issues, and I was endangering my family. With the help of CMHA, we found him an apartment, but without continuing support, that was unsustainable. He's now left the community for Ontario, where he continues to struggle and serve time in jail. I strongly believe that if this community had such a facility as the community care campus, when my friend was here, he would have saved the justice system from housing him for 4 years in Alberta. It would mean that another young man would not be permanently disabled, saving him his lifelong dependency on our healthcare system and his family from their grief. It is too late for this community to help my friend. However, I know that there are many out there just like him that need the community care campus, the needs that the community care campus can provide for them. They don't need it tomorrow, next month, next year, or in the next 3 to 5 years it may take to build another facility. They need it now. As a former business owner, I understand the concerns related to the Stonebridge Hotel for this project, but I also see the pluses and they far outweigh the negatives. I strongly urge Council to move forward to a better community for us all by approving the steps needed to utilize this building for this project. It will become an asset and pay for itself in more ways than just the real estate value. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that, Mr. Napier. I'll just look to my council colleagues and see if anybody has any questions for you. Oh, seeing none, thanks again for coming in and taking the time to speak to us tonight and bringing your concerns forward. So we'll go to the next. So again, Mr. Napier, you're welcome to stay on. If you don't mind, just turn your camera on. You're welcome to stay on for the rest of the portion of the meeting here. We'll next go to somebody speaking in favor. I've got Jane Manning, please, who's also a resident in Grande Prairie here. If you want to turn on your camera and so your name is popping up there. Great, thank you.
Thank you. And I'm here representing the city's Community Advisory Board on Homelessness and Housing. Len Auger, our chair, was going to speak tonight, but unfortunately he's ill. As a member of CAB for a number of years, and from all of us represented that represent many sectors across the city, we've been doing some great things in moving people from homelessness into accommodation. But the group that we do not provide services for are the chronically homeless individuals. The ones that Mr. Napier was describing who have mental health issues, addiction issues, trauma, that they just have been unable to utilize our standard housing options. And I was pleasantly surprised when I heard that the city was looking at this option of Stonegate Hotel. It's a place that already exists. You may be aware that there have already been a number of other sites that were looked at potentially, but would require building, which would take a period of time. But similar to this one, there was the NIMBY issue, not in my backyard. Unfortunately, those that come forward to you to say, no, not this, no, don't change the land use for this, they don't necessarily offer you options of how you're going to address the needs of your citizens who remain chronically homeless. What has been described is the 24-hour support that will be provided at this facility to help these individuals remain housed, to help these individuals deal with some of their issues, if they choose. As I say to people, nobody knows what you do when you go home at night into your house. And similarly, those who are homeless, if we can get them some accommodation, they need to be able to enjoy their own accommodation, their own shower, their own environment, preferably not when it's this hot, mind you. But it's so important for our city to respond to these individuals. They are members of your community. And I believe if we can support this land use change and create this coordinated care campus with the support of other services, the health services, community social development and enforcement, then I think will provide a wonderful option for these individuals and for our city. We're one of the larger cities that have not moved to a 24-hour supportive living environment, and it's long overdue. These are the individuals that we have the most difficulty housing in the longer term. So on behalf of the Community Advisory Board on Homelessness and Housing, I strongly encourage you to change the land use to allow for this to happen. And so we can go into our next winter supporting these individuals. I'm sure you're aware that the first group proposed to move into the facility are those individuals who have been at Parkside with supports. And there are other individuals, as you well know, around the city who need to move into this environment. It's an excellent thing for the city to do. It would be a wise thing from my point of view for you to support. And so I really encourage you to listen to your Community Advisory Board on Housing and Homelessness, who strongly supports this project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Manning. I'll just look to my council colleagues again and just see if there's any questions for you tonight. And sorry, I'm not seeing any. I just did want to clarify, Ms. Manning, you did mention that I was going to be calling on Mr. Auger next, but he's not going to be attending tonight?
That's correct. I'm also on the list, but Mr. Auger is ill, so you have one less speaker.
Okay, thank you for that. And again, you've heard the cue. You can keep your, if you want to continue to watch, if you just don't mind turning your camera on, and you're welcome to stay and continue to watch. So thanks for your presentation. So we'll move on to the next one I had up on here in speak of support was Benita Galante, a representative of the Caring Shelter for the Elders. So if you wouldn't mind just turning your camera on and introducing yourself, and again, take 3 to 5 minutes to kind of tell us your story and why you're in support. Okay, we're not, Mr. Karbachushki, our legal assistant, just let the legislative assistant let us know that she's not in the queue at the moment, so we'll just leave it and we'll go through for the next few, and hopefully she has a chance to join us before we're done with our delegation portion. So we'll move on next to Darlene Cardinal, who's going to speak in support with the First Nations elder. So Darlene, if you're on, if you don't mind turning your camera on and just introducing yourself.
The host set my video off.
Okay, we're just working on that. Oh, there we go. We can see you now.
Okay. Good evening. I don't know. Okay, what's happening here? Start my video.
Okay, we can see you now, Ms. Cardinal, and we can hear you. So did you have a presentation, or was it just, were you just speaking this evening?
I'm just speaking this evening. It is in regards to the Indigenous component. I realize I like what Jan said, and also Napier. Thank you. My suggestion is that the presentation that I want to bring is in regarding to the cultural component, that there be a section or a place, and I strongly support in with this supporting the housing for the addictions and mental health. It is highly needed in our community. I work with Children's Services, and I'm also on the board with the city for the Homeless Initiative. What my main concern is that we haven't been recognized, and of course you know what's been happening in around Canada right now with finding the graves and everything else, and the mental health that's happening with our people, and also with the trauma that's been happening for centuries. And so, well, I guess 1 century. And so the thing is, like, what I'd like to see happen is that we have a room or an area where individuals can have a smudging or a ceremony, a pipe ceremony, or a healing. And I'm not saying that it's only for the Aboriginal people. I'd like to see it also for all religions, all denominations. that can have this room, make use of this room. I'm a strong believer of prayer, and I'm a strong believer of our Creator. And I believe that many Aboriginal people have not been able to make contact with an elder or elders. And we have, I've known many elders that have helped many Indigenous people through healing and talking. And one example is at St. Capown, which is in Gruard, and also the one at St. Albert, Town Maker, and where they have the ceremonies there for the clients, and have some of them have continued on living a very successful life. And this is something I would like to see somewhere in that housing for that purpose. And I'm open for questions.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Cardinal. I'll just look to my council colleagues again if there's any questions. I see Councillor Bressy and then Councillor Thiessen, please.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Cardinal, for speaking to us tonight. I really appreciate it. I'm curious, there is a proposal to have bylaw enforcement co-located in it with a separate entrance and some differences in the parking lot, but still on the same footprint. Do you have any thoughts, good or bad, about enforcement services being right there alongside this?
You mean to have a room for our ceremonies and smudging area?
No, sorry. In the building itself, it's proposed that there be space for our bylaw department. So for our bylaw offices to move to the same building as this. So it's not connected to an Indigenous ceremony room, but just on the same footprint in the same building. It's proposed that enforcement services be there.
I don't have a problem with enforcement to be close by or right beside us or whatever. We can just turn around and pray for them and give them some help. And, because we're there to help the people. We're not there to pass judgment. Like when you go to a church, are you there to pass judgment on other people, whether there's RCMP next door? The place that I worked in Red Deer, our Friendship Center is right next door to the RCMP building, and we have never passed judgment on each other. In fact, we became very successful in helping each other. And our membership grew because the members could come into the Friendship Center and have coffee and things like that, eh? But, and I don't have a problem seeing that happen.
Excellent, thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor Bressy. Councillor Thiessen?
Thank you very much, Chair Palat, and thank you, Ms. Cardinal, for coming in and speaking on behalf of this project and First Nations people. My question is pretty similar to Councillor Bressy's, and I heard you answer very clearly that you don't see any issue with it. Do you think that residents who are going through addictions issues or who have suffered from chronic homelessness for 10 or 15 years, who have been involved with law enforcement in the past, do you think they would be comfortable living in a permanent supportive housing space with enforcement services there?
I don't think so. Like if because they have it at Parkside, right? And they came to learn that they are being protected. And like I said, it's not the room that I'm asking for is not only for the Indigenous people. There's different. It's not only Aboriginal people that are on the streets. Mm-hmm. There are other races that are on the street. But everybody makes it so knowledgeable that the homeless are the highest. Yes, we are the highest because we are the most damaged. We have been the worst that have faced racism, trauma, violence, incarceration, suicide, murder, the missing women, everything. Something has to change. These people need to be helped. And the only way that I know is through prayer and guidance and support. And if the enforcement is next door to us, they can, if they're not racist, then they can help each other. They can learn to work together.
Awesome. Thank you. I like your space idea too. I did some training with the Nietzsche Institute and cultural reintegration with our FNMI populations, and it's really, really good as far as getting them back. And I hope that we stick with that part of the plan. I guess just a quick follow-up, if I may. Part of the proposal that we're going to get into later is about trauma-informed care and understanding that that your people, I guess our people, I'll say, because I think we're all human, have experienced more trauma than not. Trauma-centered care, I think, can go a long way to helping them into recovery and reintegration, not just with their culture, but with society as well. Just a question for you. Do you think it would be of benefit to, for instance, if we were to put someone like, or an organization like our enforcement services in the same building, for them to have trauma-informed training as well? Do you think that would be of benefit?
That'd be wonderful.
To, yeah?
That would be a benefit for them, because then, because people need to learn, you know, the ones that are with mental health, they have that fear of the enforcement, you know, because even with our people, because if you go back in history, who were the ones that took our children away? You know, it was enforced by the RCMP, the Northwest Police, you know, so there was that inbred fear of the enforcement. But now there's been several changes. You know, of course, we're not going to go to the United States. Sorry for my negative remark there. And hopefully that, you know, they will learn to work together. For me, it would be a way of protection. And that the enforcement would also have a change of heart and realize that the people that are in that building are broken spirits. They are broken, they are torn, and they need help. And the only way we can help them is to work together. Because if you have to remember, Chris in the medicine wheel, all the races are in that one circle. Mm-hmm. And if you break one of them off, the whole wheel wobbles and it doesn't work well.
Okay, thank you very much for that. You got me goosebumping. I have no more questions.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Always appreciate your kind words on that as well. And do I see any other councillors that wanted to have any questions for Ms. Cardinal? No. Thanks again for your time and your wisdom. Always appreciate it. And well, again, if you wanted to just turn your camera off, you're welcome to stay and then listen to the rest of the delegations. And appreciate again that you coming in tonight. And next, we'll just move on to Lisa Tegro.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Next, we'll move on to Lisa Tegro, a resident in Grande Prairie, who would also like to speak in favor of this. Alrighty, so you're up next if you want to just go ahead and tell us your reason you're supporting it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lisa Tegro. This is personal reflection on what's over 25 years. I'm here to speak in support of the Coordinated Care Campus. I attended the recent information session and found it very well thought out and informative. It is an exciting initiative and one that our community has been in definitive community member and more personally as a family member of a street involved person. My son Max lived for a time as a part of the homeless community of Grande Prairie. He caught up in the world of drugs for about a year on and off. He had just begun to seek help and get time and died of an accidental car fentanyl overdose.
Ms. Tegro, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, Lisa. We're having,
Max was at the height.
It's quite glitchy when you're speaking. Maybe if it's possible, if you just maybe turn off your camera, if that's okay, and maybe it'll come through a little bit clearer for us. We don't want to miss any of your content here.
Thank you. Is that better?
Yeah, so far, so good, yeah.
Is that sounding a little
so
better?
So if you maybe want to start from the top there, because it was kind of cutting in and over.
Okay. Sure. So I am a teacher in the Catholic district. I've been in the district for 25 years. I'm speaking in support of the Coordinated Care Campus. How is that sounding okay?
Yeah, you bet.
Okay. So I am speaking personally as a family member of a street-involved person. My son Max lived for a time as part of the homeless community of Grande Prairie. He got involved in drugs. He ended up on the streets for about a year, on and off. And he had just begun to seek help and get some supports for independent living when he died of an accidental carfentanil overdose. He was 20 years old. When Max was at the height of his addiction, he was supported through the shelter services of Rotary House and St. Lawrence Center. After his death, I became more involved in volunteering for these two communities. It is important to me to let the people there know that no matter what has happened, there is hope and there are people that truly care. They are someone's mother, father, brother, sister, daughter, or son. I'm a strong advocate of the harm reduction approach to addiction. This approach meets the individual where they are without judgment and supports them in their efforts towards recovery. Over the last number of years, I've had many conversations with homeless and street-involved people. It is a very diverse and complex group. What I know to be true is that not one of them ever grew up hoping and praying for the life that they currently have. What I also know to be true is that it is an extremely difficult way to live in the world. And once you're there, it is also very difficult to get out. Many people are trapped in the cycle of addiction and mental health issues. I've heard so many people say, why don't they just get a job and turn things around? This is an incredibly misinformed question. Here's where I get a little teachery. When you're without the security of a home, you exist at the very base of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Your primary concerns are food, shelter, water, and sleep. As many of you will know, Maslow's theory is a pyramid of needs that we move up to reach our full potential as humans. The homeless community live at the bottom of that pyramid, working daily to get their physiological needs met. The step above that is safety needs, the things that most of us take for granted: safety, employment, property, and health. What the Coordinated Care Campus offers people is a chance to look after those needs, a safe place to be with some basic health care, a chance to receive employment, and the opportunity for community building and connection. I hear people's concerns about this project. A number of years ago, before I understood, I would have had the same fears. I believe that there are several misunderstandings. I imagine that people think it's just a free-for-all without limits and boundaries. But as you have heard, this is clearly not the case. People fear a harm reduction approach, believing that it is a permissive approach and stops people from recovering. Through much of my son's addiction, I thought that if I rejected his use and stood firm in that all or nothing abstinence approach, that it was the best way to support him. I came to understand that it was not. What that did was send him a message that he was broken and wouldn't get fixed unless he did it a certain way. I know now that there are many paths to wellness for people. The first step is love and acceptance of where the person is at present. And that's when real change can occur. Believe me when I say that the very last thing a homeless or street-involved individual needs is more judgment. They heap it on themselves all the time, and their daily coping strategies for living on the streets reinforce those feelings every single day. What I know to be true as an educator is that every person needs to be met where they are at, to be loved and accepted right where they are, the way they are, before true change is possible. The research is clear that the Housing First model works, that if people are given the safety and security of a home and the necessary supports to sustain it, successfully tackling other hurdles like employment and recovery will follow. We're really just giving people the opportunity to move up the pyramid and lead healthier lives. While the services of Rotary House in St. Lawrence are essential to our community, they're not the whole picture. They are meant to be a temporary solution on the way to something more. It is imperative that we now trust the experts, the people that live and work in this field of expertise, those at shelter services, housing supports, street outreach, social work. They know what our homeless population needs because they live and work every day with this community. I trust their knowledge. I also trust my lived experience as a parent of a street-involved young man. We need to give our people this opportunity within a supported community to make positive change in their lives. I often wonder if given the opportunity to live in community with supports, would Max still be alive? I will never know, but I will stand like a mama bear for the rights of someone else's child to have that and what they need. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for that, Lisa, and I'm glad that worked out. It was very heartfelt. And I just want to ask if anybody has any questions here in chambers or on council. Okay, seeing none, again, thanks for your presentation. You've heard me say it a few times, but you're welcome to stay on the call. Your camera's already off, but if you want, you're welcome to stay on the call and hear the rest of the delegations and what council deliberates on. And thanks again for coming in and speaking to us tonight. So next, we'll move on to Tim Heimskert, I'm hoping I'm saying that right, to speak in favor of the proposed Stonebridge site. So Tim, if you're on, if you could just turn on your camera and introduce yourself.
Hi, City Council and everyone else. I'm glad to be here. I'm a resident here of Grande Prairie, and I'm a professional forester here in town. Is it all right if I share anything during this presentation from my screen, or do you want me just to speak?
No, go ahead if you have something to share, please.
Okay. Maybe it's not going to work. You're not seeing anything, are you?
Not yet. No, sorry.
Okay, I won't use it. I'll just speak. What I had up on my screen. I have a son who has had challenges for years. Starting back in 2015, he ended up being kicked out of school due to some discipline. He was in grade 8. Out of some issues there. A week after that, he was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. Even though that was brought forward, he still wasn't let back in. Just after that, he was diagnosed with a brain AVM, an arterial venous malformation. He went to Stowries. They went in through the thigh, up through the heart, into the brain to try and put more or less glue in to plug out the arteries into the weak veins. There was another artery too close, so they pulled out and just took pictures, and he knew he had a 6% chance of a serious bleed at any one time in the year. He'd had issues right from birth. So when he was a day and a half old, he was carried back to the Children's Hospital in Vancouver, and they did a scan of his brain and said he'd be seriously mentally or physically handicapped. Prayers were answered, and he did make it into grade 8, and he had a better memory than I did, and he was very bright. I'm saying he did. It was just June 2nd at 10:45 that I had a knock on the door with 3 police officers there, and he'd been found dead in town. With the complexities and all the issues of trying to get help for him and dealing with professionals from when he was a minor and dealing with the Sunrise House to trying to go to Rising Above to being on 5 South and having him in there 3 times and working with a team to try and find supports for him, but everyone having him peach at it and having the psychologists tell us that, yes, he needs help now, but it's not strong enough in any one area. The Alberta system is broken. He just kept on becoming more and more complex. You hear people refer to them as just meth heads or not like they're individuals. What I had on my screen was from the graveside service where I spoke to him, and the other one was a slideshow to actually try and show to you guys personally that these are people's children. They're brothers, they're sisters, they are people. He just became more complex, and the help wasn't there. He was referred to as a gap child. When I was trying to get help for him through PDD, I had letters of reference from the psychologist on the 5th floor, from his probation officer, from his family doctor, from Canadian mental health nurse, from an outreach worker. And then I had his medical records for showing his challenges from youth and his challenges through school. And I pulled up his medical records to show in 1 year that he had 9 ambulance trips on there and numerous double digits into emergency. He'd gone to 5 South and asked if he could be admitted, and he wouldn't be in there. He was just struggling, and he ended up on meth, I believe, just to try and deal with it and self-medicate himself. And we got a huge opiate crisis because that's not what he thought he was taking. He got something that was laced with fentanyl, and he was more or less poisoned. And we have a big issue with that. If you look at in Alberta in the first quarter, we've had over 500 deaths from fentanyl, and the provincial average is about 29 per 10,000 people. Grande Prairie is at 62.9 per 10,000. We've got a real big issue here. And if something like this was in place, I believe that my son could have been helped a lot sooner and he would still potentially be alive. I think he would be alive. And if you talk about not in my backyard or the safety risks that are due with that, if you have something like this in place, you actually catch the people early and you help them and get the help before the complexity builds. And you don't end up with the highest percentages of issues in the province. You end up with the lowest, and you end up keeping people alive and finding their potential. He would have been great. He had such a solid heart inside of him. He'd give his shirt to the person that was next to him, and if anyone needed help, he would stand up for them. And I really think that this is something that we need. And I strongly ask you to seriously move forward with this motion and try and be a leader and try and save some of our kids. My son, I had to bury him. He's on the other side. And the only way I'm making through it is because I have a faith and I believe he's in the loving arms of our Father. But he should still be here. When I sat down when we had his wake and I'd gotten his sister in there and his mom came in and I pulled out the book, Love You Forever, and read through every page and got to it where he was supposed to become a grown son with his own family and telling him, Seth, you're supposed to still be here. That hits home. We need to help people like this. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Tim. Any questions from council? Okay, seeing none, again, thanks for coming and speaking with us tonight and letting me know your thoughts. And if you want to just turn your camera off and listen to the rest of the meeting, that would be great. Thanks again for your time. And we have one more to speak in favor of it, and I'll ask Mr. Jared Gosson if he can just turn his camera on, please.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, my name is Jared Gosson. Sorry, I wanted to start by thanking council for, everything that you guys are doing around just making sure our city runs, and it's not always sexy, as illustrated by, I think, the first 20 minutes of our discussion. But I'm glad the hard work is really going into all of that. Thank you, Darlene, for bringing your knowledge. Thank you for Tim and Lisa. So I'm the project lead with the St. Lawrence Center, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Center and Rotary House. We make up the Wapiti Community Dorm Society. I've worked in the homelessness sector for about 13 years, supporting individuals who use substances and those with complex needs. Rotary House and the SLC support the proposed community care project. Dylan's distracting me with his PMs. Rotary House and the SLC support the proposed community care campus project. We support the proposed project because it is being developed using best practices from other Canadian cities in mind, and many Albertan cities as well, and it is drawn on the years of experience of current supportive housing projects here in our city. Due to trauma and the endless cycle of falling through the cracks, many longtime Peace Country residents have found themselves vulnerable and thrown to the mercies of the streets. Drop-ins and shelters, like the ones I'm part of, can slow the waters that seem to be drowning so many, but without sustainable and supportive housing, many folks living with complex needs like co-occurring mental health disorders and substance use issues, will be pulled under again soon enough. Current supportive living projects like the Parkside Hotel and the second or third floor at Rotary House have not only added years to lives of many individuals who our community wrote off a number of years ago, but supportive housing also offers a chance, sometimes for the first time, for individuals to have a real life at all. When people feel safe, they do better. Part of the discussion is that simple. If we have a few units of this kind, why does our community need more? And Tim really started to unpack that, so did Lisa. Opiates. The impact of the opiate crisis has added fuel to the fire in our community. The fire was started by an underfunded mental health support system and years of a not in my backyard attitude. Much like Jane said, there's a lot of NIMBYism, or that not in my backyard attitude towards a lot of new projects, but rarely through my community consultations was I ever given an alternative or a better idea at some of those meetings. I think we've heard the best way through a lot of that today. Fentanyl scaled up its destruction of our community starting at least in 2015. Why aren't we brave enough to double down our own response, efforting to make life better for our city's most vulnerable? If you want real results, real investment must be made. Looking at any community finding success in decreasing public disorder and the other effects of poverty, supportive housing, and often municipally owned supportive housing will be there. I've been asked by a few community members, most of whom are here tonight, about why the Stonebridge should be considered as the site for this project. I gave them a few fancier responses, but the realest one I had today was, it's ready. The Stonebridge is there and can quickly be turned into what this community needs to turn the tide. The best time for this project was 5 years ago. How many lives could have been saved? How many inpatient beds could have been freed up? How many men and women could be actively building up our community again had we had the forethought and the bravery to act then? Those numbers are a bit hard to swallow. Even if the coordinated care campus had opened in January, maybe Rhoda would be cooking in one of the kitchens. Maybe Shelley would be meeting with family in the cultural space. Sebastian would be working with trained, invested medical staff and working on his health. Amy would be customizing her bedroom. Josh would be hosting a listening party for local artists and their new material. K-Star could be helping with housekeeping. And Chris, well, he probably wouldn't be doing much at all. He'd be sitting in a chair and telling people to F off, but we'd still love to have him there. There might be more time for debate. There might be time to dispute the evidence that's been clearly presented time and time again in other communities and now again in ours, and that it's informed the planning that's gone into this project. But not everyone has that time, and certainly not the folks who need it most. Thank you for your hard work, guys.
Okay, thanks for that, Jared. Appreciate you coming in and chatting. Any questions for Mr. Gosson? No? Okay, thanks again for coming in. No questions for you today. So we will move on to our next delegate. I guess we're moving to Mr. Sean Sargent to speak in opposition of the project. Next, please. You can turn your camera on, introduce yourself, and again, 3 to 5 minutes, please.
Hello, thank you, Acting Mayor Palat. Yes, I'll keep it under 5 minutes. I'm Sean Sargent. The Sargent family's been part of the fabric of Grande Prairie since the 30s, darn close to 100 years. In that time, especially in the last 20 years, we've donated well over $4 million to various local worthy charities and causes in Grande Prairie, including substantial partnerships with the city of Grande Prairie. When we do this, we don't take it lightly, and we certainly look at all the aspects of any potential donation or cause to ensure it has the best chance of success, which is the same process I applied in looking to this project. Now, while agreed something like this or similar to this definitely needs to be done, I feel that possibly due to its over ambitious scale and size and placement, it stands too much of a chance of not working out as proposed and causing some serious issues in the area. From a few safety standpoints, I can't see how there won't be a bit of extra foot traffic coming to and from the area, from that facility, whether or not the people will in fact be allowed to get in. But there will be people that will be coming there trying to, and most likely they'll be coming across the busiest and widest road in Grande Prairie, being 100th Street, by the mall is probably where they'll try to cross. And the truth is, it's a fact, I've seen it twice just in the last week, they tend not to use the crosswalks. So all it's going to take is one person, one driver to slow down to let somebody cross, and there's two other lanes of traffic coming. They don't know what's going on, and that poor pedestrian gets hit, possibly killed. And the driver also is suffering some pretty substantial trauma from that. So it's just not a good thing to increase the decrease the safety in that area. Placement, in particular to a high density or medium density, it's shown there residential. It looks pretty high density to me. There are bylaws in place right now in Grande Prairie that keeps cannabis and liquor stores a certain way from schools. You just can't put them up. The city won't allow them to be put up unless they're a certain distance. So I'm curious why there shouldn't have been a similar thought process applied to a place such as this, which is housing people with varying levels of drug issues, alcohol issues, mental health issues, and possibly some varying level of crime issues that come along with that. And it was placed directly beside high-density residential such as Chelsea Village. The Stonebridge has fully 32 rooms that are on the second and third floor that look directly down into Chelsea Village. And I drive by there twice a day. That's a whole open area in the back there. You can see all the way down the backyards. And there's, except for right now with the temperature, there's young kids out there playing every day. Now I was told that something was being considered was to tint the windows in the actual windows of the Stonebridge to look down. I'm not sure if that's supposed to protect the people in Chelsea Village from any kind of possible interaction or something like that, or even building a 30-foot tall fence there to block them off. But that, I don't know, I'm not sure the residents there would like that a whole lot in Chelsea Village. But maybe a simple thing would have been, it shouldn't be right adjacent, right beside high density residential. Even something as simple as just put it 50 meters away from high density would be a very easy one. And the other thing is right beside a gun range with hundreds of people weekly walking in and out with firearms and ammunition. All it takes is one person who would not normally be in that area, maybe coming to or from, once again, a person that might not be able to get in, that is brought to that area, that with either criminal intent or somebody who's in an impaired state of mind to try and rob somebody of their firearms. And the consequences of that either way, it could be dire. So that certainly doesn't help the safety aspect. And once again, if the Stonebridge project was in place at the scale it's proposed to be, would in fact the city allow a gun range to be put up directly beside it? That would be the question you'd have to give some thought to. We've been told by council that Grande Prairie has the highest homeless count per capita in Alberta. So as opposed to spending upwards of $60 million in a project like that, why wouldn't we reduce the expense and scope of this, which would possibly give it a better chance of being successful, and use the few $1 million to help prevent this problem, be proactive and prevent this. We still need to do something with the people that are homeless, but if we could save some money on this, possibly reduce the scale, and then be proactive and save people from getting on the streets. I'm also aware that you've been provided with plans for a building that could be built on a couple different sites. That maybe this begs further examination. And just on this merit alone, maybe this should be tabled and look at this possibility of building a building somewhere else. An example we were told by council is to look at is Ambrose Place in Edmonton, which we did. Looks like a REIT facility, but it's fully 1/3 less, and this is Edmonton, it's fully 1/3 less capacity than you're attempting here. Which just that alone would make it a whole lot easier to succeed. It's got 42 beds. And it's only for Indigenous people. Now, that being said, call it at least 50% of the homeless people in Grande Prairie are Indigenous. So has any thought been given to maybe duplicating what's already there with the Ambrose model, just duplicating that in Grande Prairie? I'm just suggesting, somebody saying this is what should be done, but there's a possibility. Duplicate it here and get the healing process going with the biggest sector of the homeless being the Indigenous people that has a really good chance of success due to its size. Also, obviously, this old building doesn't really follow Grande Prairie's green environmentally friendly initiatives. We're certainly a new building. You could incorporate all that into it and enhance the city's goals when it comes to that. In closing, I feel there are other more viable alternatives that need to be considered that would have a vastly better and safer placement, far better environmental efficiencies, better taxpayer dollar efficiencies, and with much less risk of failure and or having serious negative impacts on the area that is placed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Chardon. I'll look for any questions from my council colleagues. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sargent, for coming in and for your presentation. Appreciate the time and the energy that you've put into researching this project and all your contributions to the city and to the community. I appreciate that very much. So obviously we're talking about a bit of a sensitive subject, and there's a need. We've heard that in several presentations prior to this from Lisa, from Tim, from Jared, from Darlene, and from Jerry and Tyler, who have all suffered from some kind of loss due to persons involved with homelessness and the lack of housing in our community. So a decision has to be made here. So it's either a yay or nay, either today or sometime shortly in the future. I guess my question is for that future, whether it's today or later for you. If this proposal were to pass by council, what would it take for you to view the project as a success? What are the things that you'd like to see come out of this if it were there and all our hands were tied at the end of it?
Well, Chris, basically, I mean, it would have to be pulled off exactly. It would have to be pulled off exactly how it's being presented to council, which, as I said earlier, is super ambitious. It's of size and scope that has never been attempted in Alberta and possibly ever in Canada before. So you're kind of reinventing the wheel here with the different layers of support and with the total raw number of people that will be in there, and finding staff for this, finding qualified staff for this, trained staff for this, making that work just like that to see if it's going to be pulled off like that. The expense, you're just looking at the expense of there. You're talking about the renovation. I think is being pegged at $3.5 billion. Well, this is a 40-year-old building that was built in a boom that wasn't possible. You know, they weren't built the best. Actually, I shouldn't even say it 'cause I can't prove that, but we don't know what the renovation is going to cost. How many renovations have you ever heard of that come in on budget? So that all of a sudden the taxpayer dollar spend could go way, way higher when in fact it would be way more efficient to build a purposely built smaller building that would work. So I guess if it pulls off both financially as exactly planned and as the operational structure and is going to work, but even looking at that, it doesn't look like it's got enough employees to make this work, and the expense structure doesn't look correct. So it doesn't. There's those things there. I guess if everything worked out 100% as planned, and there was no extra homeless people wandering around the area outside of it, then I would call that a success. But of course, we aren't going to know that, and it's an awfully big risk to take, both financially and dramatic impact in the area. That I'm not for that right now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your honesty.
Any other questions for Mr. Sargent? No, seeing none, again, thanks for your time. If you want to turn your camera off and stay part of the meeting, you're more than welcome. Appreciate you coming in tonight. And we'll next look for Mr. Paul Peters, if you could turn on your camera. And Paul was speaking in opposition to this as well.
Good evening. I've been a community member for well over 50 years, and I'm a neighbor to the project that's proposed. I've spent the last month, which is about all the time that we've been given, to research what this idea would look like. And I'm having a very difficult time coming up with a facility that matches the scope of the one that we're proposing. The vetting of the individuals coming in and out of the building was something that has been discussed at length. And when I look at it, it's broken into three groups, two of which are permanent housing and one group which is transitional, which will be coming and going in and out of the facility. I also looked at the acuity levels and I looked at the staffing, and we have one nurse when the building is fully occupied. We have no kitchen staff, The insurance on the building in the budget is, in my mind, suspect, as I know what we pay for much less than half of the space. And there are just so many things in question on the budget. Utilities are based on the previous building utility costs. The building's been empty for the last 16 months, so I guess I would question what period is being used. And I would concur with many of the things Sean said, in that what is it physically going to look like when you enter the city of Grande Prairie? How are they going to make the building look? We've seen no plans. We've seen nothing other than the hotel that we're looking at when we drive by it every day. So with that, I won't beleaguer you with a bunch more opinion, but I will suggest to you that there are probably much better locations. We all concur that there's a great need, and we would be supportive of that, but just don't think that the location and that the budget is as presented is achievable. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Peters. Any question from council? I'll just ask, when you referenced utilities, I'm assuming that you looked at our business case. Is that where you're getting these numbers from?
Yes, I looked at the proposal, and it said that the maintenance and the utilities were based on the existing building, and the insurance was based on the Grand Spirit Foundation building.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Thiessen?
Thank you very much, Chair Palat. Thanks again, Paul, for coming in. And much like Sean, I know how much you've contributed to the community and to helping people who are down and out, notably with a lot of your work around the Rotary House. So thank you for that, and for helping many vulnerable people. You know, I have had these conversations for well over a decade. So a lot of what you brought up was business and financials. One of the things that council was brought to was the per door cost of what it would cost to build new versus what it would cost to renovate an old existing building. In this economic climate, with the cost of materials and other things, as a business owner, do you feel that it would be wise to build a new business right now with the price of materials and general revenue stuff at what we've been tasked with, which is almost a 3-to-1 comparison?
Well, I would only suggest that the scope of the project, as I mentioned earlier, with 120 souls, seems to be very optimistic looking at it. I've referenced Victoria, where they are currently building 4 facilities, all which will house somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 people, all in different locations throughout the city of Victoria. And understanding the economic climate, understanding COVID, understanding the cost of building materials, I suspect that my opinion would be that this project should have some pause, and that we should either continue with the current facility that the city's been engaged with, or find another facility that could accommodate in the interim while we put some proper thought and make decisions that we think we can live forward with and are able to support.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your answer, and thanks again for all you've done for our community and continue to do.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Any other questions for Mr. Peters? No? Seeing none, thanks again for coming in, Mr. Peters, and letting us know your thoughts. Again, if you want to just turn your camera off, you're welcome to stay as part of the meeting. And we'll go to our next delegate, please. Scott Pravitz, if you're on, if you could just turn your camera on, introduce yourself, and I believe you're speaking in opposition, so if you can.
Yes, thank you. I'm not going to be able to turn on my camera. Is that a problem? I'm just not in a spot where I can do that.
No, we can hear you fine, so that's okay.
Sorry about that. No, thank you, Mayor and Council, for this opportunity to come speak tonight. Obviously, I am against this proposal of this location, and I'll just speak to the rezoning, because I think that's the main point here that we're talking about. And so if you just, from a strictly land use, the best and high use of your land is kind of, I should go back. I am a business owner in the area. We're right behind the Stonebridge Hotel. We've been there for 15 years. We also own properties in Chelsea Villas, so we have some invested interest in the residential that's directly behind the Stonebridge Hotel, and have been obviously hearing a lot of people worried about what this facility will look like and what the maybe some of the unintended consequences that could occur with this facility. And I've also heard people that think that obviously we need some sort of a solution to the homelessness problem that we do have in the city. So I am definitely aware of that as well. And so again, getting back to just the land use of this property, I just question a little bit. I know Sean was talking about how it's right behind high-density residential. It's not only high-density residential, but it's probably low-income residential. So you're getting some of those families who, they have kids. They're probably struggling. They might not have as much support, and they don't have as much eyes on the kids. We see it constantly in that area. Unsupervised kids running into that road, running, I don't know who chasing after them. So that causes some concern looking at this project. Also being across from the mall, your first, how that's going to work together with this site. And also just being the first, being on the main drag coming in from out of town into our city, the first thing that you see. So that being said, I guess I don't envy council on this decision. I think it's tough. It is. I think something is needed. I think we all have agreed on that. Maybe just a little bit more thought and consultation. Just the process around this decision. And again, I know we're kind of going through the steps that you have to go through with rezoning. So, one of the things that Sean said is, what would make it a success? That's almost impossible to answer. And I don't, again, I said, I don't envy you guys for having to make that decision, because, if it works and it pulls it off and there's no issues, and great, awesome, what a great thing to do. But if it doesn't, then what? That to me is a tough one, and it's very. Again, I don't envy the council for having to make this decision, but so those are just a couple of my concerns. Just from the rezoning of the land, is this the best use possible for the land? And that's kind of how land use rezonings go. If there's a better option, a different alternative, something that's ready to go right away. Those are just some of the questions and issues that I have. So that's all I got.
Okay, thanks for that, Mr. Previtz. I'll just look to my council colleagues and see if there's any questions for you. Seeing none, thanks for chatting with us tonight and telling us your thoughts. And again, you don't have your camera on anyways, but if you want to join the rest of the meeting, you're more than welcome to. And thanks again for coming in tonight. And so our last delegate of the evening is Mr. Brian John, to speak in opposition of it. If you could just turn your camera on and...
Hello.
Hi, Brent.
Yes, hi. Hey, good evening, everyone. I am Brian John, an owner-operator of the Wild Rose Country Inn right beside the Stonebridge. So naturally, I do have some concerns. Currently, it's a family-owned business. Yes, we're from Vancouver, and we invested in this property thinking that, Grande Prairie is up and coming, and we love the town or the city. But later do we find out during the last 13 years, it's been a real roller coaster economy for us, not the same like in Vancouver. Coming from Vancouver, I pass through East Vancouver all the time, every day. I've worked, I travel, I go through that area. It's very concentrated. Yeah, we are all concerned in Vancouver.
Sorry, Mr. John, we're just getting a lot feedback there. I'm not sure if you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I know I agree with having this facility. I think you guys in Grande Prairie are taking a risk, and this is a real test with the money involved and not knowing what will happen once it's open. My concern is in the direct neighborhood. We don't know what can happen, whether homeless camps might open up. I know that not everyone's going to be qualified. They have a rating skill. So the ones that are chronic, that will not be accepted in this facility, they're going to be homeless, and they're going to be the ones that I'm currently having problems with every day. I don't have a fence up. I should have a fence up. I don't want to have a fence up. But, you know, everyone can agree, if this place was right beside you and you've invested your life savings into this business, you would have the same sort of concerns I do. And I just want to make sure, if it does go through, that we have some contingency, like strict contingencies to protect the neighborhood and the people that have invested in the area, that we don't see people loitering, we don't see homeless camps like we do in Vancouver. We don't see people on the street, which is public, and the police can't do much about that. And it's a public area, and they can walk the streets all night. So my concerns are that I hope, you know, that this facility works well for the city. I don't plan on leaving anytime soon. My property value will definitely not be anywhere high where it will be in the future. I'm just in shock with the economy. I'm struggling right now. I'm sure, like all other businesses, and to me, this is just another hit. But I'm going to come to it. I just want to know that the rest of the community understands. If this was in your backyard, if this was right beside you, and then all the trouble that happens that we don't want to happen happens, and we've seen it happen, seen it all over the city. You know, you have contingencies and not just pass the buck to the next government and say, well, we did our best while we were, and so now the future will decide that. But I'm just so, the zoning and all that, I'm fine with that. If this goes through, as a neighbor trying to run a business and employ people and provide affordable rooms for people, I just want to have some, you know what I mean? I just want to know that I got support from the city to help me out. If it comes to me having to build a fence, like I don't want to do that. But if I start seeing people coming onto our property, checking doors, and drug dealers staying at our place, and like it's already that bad that it's hard for me to control that. And the police, I'll tell you, if anything, it's a drug problem. Okay, it's not. Most of these homeless people, it's a drug issue, and it's just like a revolving door, you know. And I don't know if this facility is just going to keep it enabling these people. They come in and out, they get out. The drug dealers start selling, they get down again, they go back in, all at the expense of our tax money that could be better spent for maybe better policing. So I'm just going to end it there and just pray that whatever you city council decide is in best interest of everyone, including the ones directly affected in the neighborhood. And I did have issues with the conflict of interest issue with the mayor. Just from the outside, it looked very suspicious that, you guys have been planning this for at least 2 years and then give us 1 year of notice. During those 2 years, Mayor Jackie you're telling me she's not contacted Pomeroy or anything during that time regarding something like this? Well, you know, in Vancouver, there's a lot of people that would really question that. Here, I'm just wondering, like, I don't get a lot of people questioning that. Secondly, and the most important thing is I was told by one of the council members that there would not be a safe injection site. Now, if you have drug addicts in there, they're going to be given methadone, whatever, and then the people that need it can't get in. They're going to be waiting outside until they can get in. It's just what naturally will happen. I believe if it is a safe injection site, let us know. Don't allow that to happen after, because you will feel you'll find people from all over the place coming there. We're going to be a mecca for, you know, having treatment, and, you know, all the drug dealers are going to flock here. I'm telling you, it's just, I have to be the devil's advocate, and I see, compared to what happened in Vancouver, is happening in Vancouver can easily happen in Grande Prairie, and I don't want that to happen. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks for your comments, Mr. John. I'll just look at the council colleagues and see if there's any questions. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Brian, for coming in. I really appreciate it, and I get your concerns. I really do get them a lot. Yeah, I appreciate you coming by and using your voice, especially as a business owner who owns a business in the area. Some of the things that you mentioned about assurances and contingency, one of the things that I can assure you of right now, as far as council is aware, is that there won't be a safe injection there site. It's not being proposed at this time, and that's set up at our current shelter, the Rotary House. Also, this won't be a homeless shelter. If it goes through, it'll be a permanent supportive and transitional housing space, which, yes, some will be recovering addicts in there, and I know you want some of those assurances. Essentially, what we're going to end up talking about here today, if the rezoning passes, largely is a significant investment of municipal dollars into a housing project that is unique and is brand new, and also will house 2 city departments in it. Now, typically the city of Grande Prairie, I make no guarantees. I might not even be on this council come October, but typically we do our buildings up really nice, and when we make an investment, it looks good. We own it, especially if we're going to put departments in there. As far as contingencies and assurances, with a potential $15 to $20 million investment that will improve the exterior at the very least and put in 2 city departments, does that ease some of your concerns, knowing that we'll have professionals on site who are trauma trained and deal with housing, as well as enforcement services who would be able to treat the housing complex as a private property of the city of Grande Prairie? We could ask any loiterers in the parking lot to leave. Does that give you any assurances or a little more confidence in your business and the future of this project?
Mr. John, did we lose you there? Sorry, his name's back on here, so we'll just give him a minute. Oh, I think you're just muted now, Mr. John, if you want, if you're okay. I'm not sure if you heard Councillor Thiessen's question. Sorry, you're muted, Mr. John, if you want to just remove your mute and then.
No.
Sorry, we still can't hear you here.
Hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, sorry. Can you repeat the question, please?
Well, it was kind of a convoluted, long-winded question, as I sometimes tend to do. I guess what I was saying is if the outcome ends up being in favor of rezoning and putting this permanent supportive housing complex in place, the city would be significantly investing $15 to $20 million on the corner of that road close to your business, and putting 2 city departments in there, one with people who deal with persons in trauma, as well as housing and the Housing First program, as well as enforcement services to shoo away any of those drug dealers or drug users that may just be hanging out. Does that give you any more confidence or assurance or settle any of your concerns about the potential of this project moving forward, if it were to move forward?
Sir, if it moves forward, you guys, it's very hard for you to guarantee whether it's going to work. By the past examples, things haven't worked. Parkside, even the Rotary has problems. The utopian thought here is like, it's going to work out beautifully, but money and the beautiful facility cannot guarantee that it's going to help a bad situation. All I want to know is if the government, if it does show bad, and it noticeably you get a huge number of people loitering and camps and garbage and drug dealing and open drug use, which is, you go to Vancouver, you just walk down and cops walk by and they can't do much. It's just not enough cells to put them in. Are we prepared? Is the city prepared to come up with some quick responses, just like they're quickly trying to get this through? I haven't heard from the police their opinion. RCMP work and live, they see it every day. I haven't heard any RCMP giving us assurances that, since we're going to have a facility, we're going to be there. We're going to crack down on all this kind of stuff. I haven't got that. So at this point, I cannot say. I will optimistically say, yeah, I agree, because I don't know. We all don't know. We can throw money at things, but you know what? Most of the time, it doesn't work right now. So that's my answer. I just don't know.
Yeah, I appreciate your frankness and your honesty. I'm in the same boat as you. We can throw a lot of money at something and hope that it works, but unless we come through with a big follow through, then it's bound to fail. So I don't. I'm not discrediting the project or speaking in favor of it. I want to assure you that at least my understanding from the City of Grande Prairie's perspective is that we want to improve the lot of lives of people, and that's why this is on the table here today, who otherwise couldn't help themselves. And we also want to be a good neighbor to the businesses and the residents around. So hopefully that combined with money or a decision, we'll know one way or another by the end of tonight or in a few weeks. But
I hope so.
Thank you for coming forward today.
Anytime.
Any other questions for Mr. John? Okay, seeing none, thanks again for coming in and being our last delegate. I will introduce our proponent, I guess the mover of this, Mr. Manuel, to speak, and then we'll close out the public hearing side of it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in front of us tonight as the proponent, Protective and Social Services is asking that council consider this project in moving it forward, in that permanent supportive housing is something that administration has been trying to bring to fruition in our community since 2013. And the reason we've been trying to bring it to fruition since that time is presently we have over 200 persons confirmed as chronically or episodically homeless in Grande Prairie. And that's a number that the community has had a difficult time lowering over the last number of years. And in recent months has been increasing, likely due to a variety of reasons associated with, as was mentioned, various substances that are prevalent in the community and across the province, as well as economic challenges related to both industry and COVID. So the impacts of homelessness are significant, and most people have recognized that through this hearing today. You know, the homeless struggle to integrate into mainstream facilities and public spaces. Things such as their appearance, hygiene, unacceptable behaviors, or perceived risk to others are all barriers. And this regularly involves disproportionate drawing of police, health, social, and other civic resources. So the impacts of that are well represented within our community satisfaction surveys, where citizens in 2020 identified 3 of the top 5 issues facing our community as crime rate, homelessness, and in drugs and addiction. So our traditional response to homelessness has been basically providing necessity services to maintain basic life needs, such as over shelter in inclement weather, which oftentimes comes in the form of a mat on a concrete floor for 8 hours of the day before people are released into the community with all their possessions amongst them. It's limited access to places to do things such as laundry, obtain showers, all which become barriers to some of those social factors that we saw earlier today. And well, those services, those basic needs services, such as day program shelters and night shelter space, are all things, soup kitchens, that need to exist and will continue to need to exist. There's a recognition amongst providers, both at the federal, provincial, and municipal levels, that the solution to ending homelessness, particularly chronic homelessness, which is really our focus here tonight, is to focus on housing first. And housing first is predicated on the idea that with limited budgets, priority should first be placed on those in greatest need. And once those numbers begin to decline, focusing resources and budgets on those other needs. And it's recognized that housing provides the platform for recovery that just doesn't exist within the shelter environments as effectively. So within Grande Prairie, when we scan our environment right now, there is a near absence of supportive housing options. And it is something that I had mentioned administration is and has been trying to bring forward. An example of that is in 2018, city administration through the Community Social Development Department had retained a consulting group called Headwater Group, which did a complete community engagement process where they worked with particularly industry stakeholders related to the social servicing agencies, as well as prominent users and I guess secondary partners. From that, they provided us some guidance as to what various models may exist. And those models included, what does a new build look like? What does repurposing existing buildings? What do add-ons to existing facilities look like? And broke down for us, more or less, what the negatives and positives are for all of those different approaches. And with that in hand, administration had initially embarked upon doing new builds. And we subsequently brought forward 2 rezonings related to new builds. One of those being Avondale, and the other one being the more recent Gateway projects. Both of those projects were for 42 unit builds. The preliminary costing on each, it's important to note, supportive housing requires different construction standards than just typical accommodation would require. Things such as commercial kitchens carry a greater cost. Some of the additional accessibility standards and those sorts of things lead to a cost per door that through the province, experienced in recent projects that have come to fruition in other communities around Alberta, including Lethbridge, Edmonton, and Calgary, have averaged between $260,000 and $300,000 a door. And our preliminary numbers on those other sites for new builds were in the $260,000 per door range. Now, certainly those numbers will never be confirmed until such time as a municipality tenders the project. And but it did give us some insight based off other people's municipalities' experiences. So with that in mind, we had been pursuing those channels and had not been successful to date, despite those processes, in bringing forward a viable project that was going to make its way through the various hurdles. During that time, administration was approached by the Pomeroy Group, who indicated that they were interested in selling their property and would like to know what the process would look like for that. Now, administration receives proposals on a regular basis from an assortment of private sellers. I can recall at least 4 in the last 3 months that I've received from various proponents offering properties for sale. And in line with conventional city process and in accordance with the Municipal Government Act, what occurs at that point is the purchase of existing real estate is a different process than the purchase of or funding of a new construction project, which is subject to conventional procurement requirements such as tenderings and RFPs and those sorts of pieces. So what happened is after administration is approached, a discussion occurs internally to determine whether a property has any perceived benefit to the municipality and how it would potentially be considered as an option for any sort of project the municipality was looking at. In regard to the Stonebridge specifically, a high-level review in comparative analysis to other properties that may meet a similar intent. In this case, we were looking at things such as, okay, what is the overall space within the facility? So how many rooms does it have? Does it have commercial kitchens in place? What opportunities are there for co-services such as medical offices, programming space, cultural support, office? And what is the neighborhood land use that the property is located in? And internally, there's benchmarking that's conducted against what other alternatives presently exist on market. How does this compare to what we proposed in regard to new builds? And is there other properties that we would deem as more desirable? So to further understand the diligence piece associated with that, what administration then does as part of our regular processes is obtain the fair market value of the property to identify what is a financial range in which we are comfortable as administration making an offer to purchase on. And what happens is we obtain a third-party appraiser who conducts that work on our behalf and provides us a summary of what are comparable purchases that have been made and what they represent the range for fair market value of the property to be. Following that, we are engaged in a process to understand what is the facility's condition, what sort of capital maintenance requirements exist today, and what's projected to exist in the future. As was indicated, the building was built in 1979, has undergone various renovations throughout its life, with the most recent substantial one occurring approximately 5 years ago. So with that information in hand, we then have a fair market value, we have the facility condition understanding, and from there, we engage third-party legal outside of the city to negotiate the deal on our behalf, which is what occurred in this case. So what we realized through those diligence processes and an assessment with various participants within this space and providers of services in other communities, we did some inventory as to what we saw as opportunities and challenges pertaining to this particular project. So the opportunities we saw was that we recognized we had an immediate need where we need to fill the gap. Administration believes that we need to fill the gap for the lack of supported housing in the community, and failing to do so is going to essentially see the continuation of the current state, if not potentially a further deterioration of it, and our ability to recourse it in a expedient manner. And what I mean by expedient is a new build is projected to take 2 years to come to fruition, provided all the necessary steps are approved in a timely manner. Outside of that, it's unknown. This project represents an opportunity following the next couple of weeks where this fall we could start phasing the project forward. So it met the needs in that regard. As was mentioned before, it had been suggested that several geographically dispersed smaller projects could be a more desirable model. I will be the first to concede in an ideal state, where the capital money, the operating dollars, and the appropriate rezoning and development permitting support to bring 3 separate projects geographically dispersed throughout the community to fruition would be my desired state. But that would require an investment north of $45 million and an ongoing operating cost far, far in excess of the funds that would be available for us to do this. So looking at its viability, the floor plate of the Stonebridge, which this is one of the considerations that we used when assessing this project, is that the floor plate is actually that of 3 40-unit floors on a residential wing. So we actually see the operation of the facility as 3 distinct projects. So instead of having 3 separate buildings, 3 separate floors, each floor representing its own project with its own support teams, and having shared benefit of having the financial benefits as well as community benefits within the facility of leveraging the commercial kitchen, dining room facilities, programming space, and also providing the opportunity for us to do something we couldn't do at 3 separate locations, and which is further support the adjacent community and the site itself by co-locating enforcement services and the community social development department, amongst other tenants, on that space. Now, the co-location has both financial benefits, and we're able to transfer existing operating dollars paid for those departments to maintain their relevant spaces today, but also have the city potentially divest their existing buildings to further offset the capital outlay for this particular project, again, improving kind of the financials of the initiative. One of the additional benefits here is for the turnkey state of the building. And what's meant by that is the existing structure comes with the complete furnishing, equipment, toiletries, linens, all of those components that are necessary to operate a facility such as this. Whereas a new build, those are independent, separate budgets that would have to be accounted for. The additional considerations have also been made around our ability to leverage funding that is already being allocated from both federal and provincial levels of government in shifting our funding models, where right now we are funding to keep people at a basic level of support on the streets. And that basic level of support is more costly for us than what is projected to occur and what's been proven to occur in other municipalities for this housing first-based approach. And that's where we see the ability to largely leverage the existing funding dollars and move them from one pot over to the other pot without seeing a significant municipal impact on our municipal tax base. So one of the things that is important to note that's really unique with this project and speaks to what's different about it versus some other communities. So as was mentioned, the scale is large. It's not the largest in the country, but it is larger than several, particularly of the 42 and 62 unit builds. Some things that are different here is we are one, if not the only municipalities stepping into an ownership role of this facility. And what that brings is organizational capacity and responsiveness that may not exist in many other scenarios. And what I mean by that is the City of Grande Prairie as an organization has a lot more horsepower and resources at its disposal than, say, North Reach Society or the Wapiti Dorm Society, who manages Rotary House, has. Additionally, as the city and administration and council, we have responsibility to those surrounding neighborhoods, those surrounding businesses that even within my portfolio within protective and social services, simply servicing the clients, which is very important in regard to having a human-centric approach to the homeless population. I also have a responsibility to manage impacts being faced in regard to policing issues, enforcement issues, community safety issues for the broader community. And this is one of those scenarios where when we weigh, is this the best location? Is this the best facility? Is this the best time? So with all the variables at play, when I look at this from a community perspective and what options are available to me today, what resources do I have to bring them to fruition, the decision amongst both myself, our team that supports the homeless population, but also our teams and partners at Enforcement Services and the RCMP collectively believe that this is the best approach we can take. The concept of believing that we can continue to just criminalize drug use, there is absolutely a place to target drug trafficking and those sorts of pieces. But the justice system today, regardless of my personal or anybody else's personal perspective on it, does not support using enforcement as a means to manage homelessness or addictions. Those days are gone. Those avenues don't exist for us. The Crown prosecutors won't support it. The jail just won't house people. So with those options not in place, the status quo is very, very limited. We could hire more police officers, but those police officers will be much like I was 5 years ago, standing there frustrated about how there's no avenue to progress people forward. So we have to find a better means of doing that. And at a federal, provincial, and at municipal levels, it's been found that this housing first approach, permanent supportive housing, and building upon those previous experiences and in putting Grande Prairie's own unique and innovative footprints on it or fingerprints on it is an opportunity for us to prove that out. One of the things that has been pointed out is, what if we miss the mark and this isn't successful? A couple things we have heard from the engagement sessions that have led us to reflect upon how we can potentially mitigate those things and how would we respond to them if they do come to play. Those mitigations for us include being diligent in the phasing of the project. We are not going to flick a switch and occupy 100+ rooms of this facility immediately. The idea being, let's break it into manageable phases that can be paused, assessed from that phase when it's determined what the impacts are and whether our capacities remain, we progress to the next stage. And through that, if it's deemed that this is not what it was intended to be, or it's not working as it was intended, there's a couple of things that this facility offers us. COVID, although devastating to the economy, did represent an opportunity for us here, in that we obtained a property at a value we would not have attained it in outside of COVID. And if this proceeds, if it proceeds with council's ratification, there's an opportunity where if things don't go well, the city could very well offer the property for sale and see it reverted to some other use. Additionally, the city potentially could revert it to an alternative use, such as just general affordable housing versus supportive housing. So I believe there is additional avenues that make potential mitigations and worst case scenarios manageable, but you have administration's commitment to the stakeholders that have participated and provided us feedback that they have been heard when it comes to things such as development permit considerations around fencing, landscaping, those pieces. That dialogue is still very, very much alive. And council, as the development authority in those cases, has every right to specify exactly how the project will look from an aesthetics perspective, or what uses will or will not exist. And I guess at this point, I'll just be available for questions.
Okay, thanks for that, Director Manuel. Any questions for Director Manuel? I'll just jump in the queue here. While I wait, there's still a couple of councillors that I'm not sure if we've lost a couple on Zoom here, but just a couple questions for me. About 2 weeks ago, I was starting to get calls from the community, and I started doing a little research. And at that point, the Parkside Inn wasn't full, and the MAT program at the Rotary House was about 50% prescribed. So, is that just a seasonal issue of why these units wouldn't be full right now? Can you speak to that a little bit?
I certainly can. Thank you very much for the question. In regard to the Parkside, one of the reasons the Parkside's not full is because administration has intentionally directed those beds not to be filled at the moment, because the Parkside is going to conclude at the end of July. And without having some certainty as to where we would be redirecting people to, we do not want to put people in housing for a month knowing that they may not have a place to go following that month. In regard to the mats, as was previously, as you had mentioned, there is some seasonality to mats. A couple things are at play. With COVID, there's actually several additional facilities that have been brought online to allow for proper social distancing to be in place at shelter environments, which has it's an interim piece in that when the funding dries up from COVID, those facilities will no longer be viable. But additionally, with the warmer weather, there typically is a bit of a decline with the use of the MAT programs. And it is important to know mats are really just a thin 2 or 3 inch mattress on a concrete floor. So it's not the most desirable solution for most folks.
Okay, thanks for that. And just one other question, and then I'll come to you, Councillor O'Toole. You had mentioned about looking at new builds, and I'm just wondering if you can specifically tell me about any new builds that you guys looked at and talked to local engineers and builders for pricing locally. The report I looked at, the comparables seemed like there were seniors lodgings, a lot of them, and those are typically quite a bit bigger units. The units, what I'm looking at, the average square footage of these units is 362 feet, and most of them don't have kitchens, so quite a bit different than lodging style living. So I'm just curious to see if you actually, if administration had went out and actually got some good verbal quotes and some things from local businesses and engineers when they were going through this process.
From local engineers, we have not, no.
Okay. I'll just go to Councillor O'Toole, please.
Thank you very much, Chair Plot. Mr. Manuel, I just got a couple of questions relating to the Parkside. I know that when it started out, it was sort of a Band-Aid approach. We needed to do something. The temperature outside was getting cold, and people were causing grief with businesses and residents in the area. in your mind, was this program a success even though it was kind of rushed in? And how do the businesses feel now that I'm sure that they've talked to you about now that it's going to be possibly shutting down the program that the city has put available?
Okay, through the chair, thank you, Councillor O'Toole. So the Parkside, you were right. The Parkside was not a planned permanent supportive housing project. What the Parkside was is a crisis situation where the neighborhood felt as though the activities, and not just the neighborhood, the city, and the police felt as though the activities, the volume of which were occurring at the free market operation of the Parkside Hotel were out of control and having significant neighborhood impact. And from that, traditional policing responses occurred, as did enforcement activities and municipal processes. However, executing search warrants, arresting people, didn't stem the tide of problems that were occurring. So a decision was made at that time that can a supportive housing team on site provide some control and order to that environment. And the decision was made to let's give it a try. So a couple things were learned there. So one thing that was separate from a regular supportive housing project is in a regular project, you start with a blank slate and you start with a new slate of residents that were selected for the program. One of the things that occurred with the Parkside was the residents, many of which had been there in excess of 30 days, which means in excess of 30 days, they're now de facto renters as opposed to hotel occupants. And the provisions of the Residential Tenancy Act apply to them. So the program had to start with a bunch of existing tenants that were not selected by the project. But early on, there was a number of lessons learned about how inheriting a motel-style facility, such as that with various condition deficiencies and so on, were detrimental to the users, residents of the program, as well as the staff and program itself. However, through all of that and some of those lessons learned, it had significant impact in that it provided a substantial improvement over the current state, and that over that 2-year period, police calls for service to that site declined by over 70% annually compared to the pre-program state, and the overall community surrounding neighborhoods calls also declined by approximately 23%, I believe. So the overall impact of it was very positive. Now, managing the population within the facility itself does not necessarily address issues that exist unassociated to that facility. So encampments that existed in Muskosipi Park at times still existed in Muskosipi Park at times, right? And those can't be correlated as being directly influenced by the Parkside. And that was one of the things that was identified. In response to your question about the businesses, yes, there has been businesses that approached both myself and I'm sure other members of administration expressing how much they believed although their apprehension existed, how much the project had improved their particular experience as being a neighbor. Now, I can't say that's the case of every business or of every resident, because certainly there may very well be counter narratives. But the one that's come forward to me most recently did express some concern about what the future state of the hotel would be when the supportive program is to conclude. And I think there's a question mark around that. It's not clear what the intended purpose the owner of that facility has. But the project itself did lead. We certainly won't say every aspect of it went according to how we would have liked it to have gone. It's also important to note that the city was primarily a funder and a policy analyst pertaining to the parkside, as opposed to certainly we were not on site providing direct service or any of that as well. So we had to rely on others to step in and assist with that. And there was a great deal of learnings I think everybody involved had taken. And those learnings are now being applied to the Stonebridge. So much so that I think council would likely be aware of one of the individuals that we had regularly heard contact from the neighborhood, had provided lots of feedback regarding Parkside previously, and had attended our Stonebridge sessions, and actually had sent a note indicating that he believes many of the learnings he identified and hoped administration would recognize were also being considered for this project.
Thank you very much for that information and explaining the process that we went through a few years ago.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. Councillor Minhas.
Thank you, Mayor Wade, today. And Chris, I got a question for you. Mentioned that I don't think we got it today. What's the security system there? Like the people, if you get the mental and all the people there, what's the security reason the people are going to come visit to there, or how they're going to do it? And how can we have safe people moving, for example, the Chelsea to going to the shopping mall, Prairie Mall or other places, those young girls or young boys, they don't get scared from the situation occurred like a Rotary House. It's not a Rotary House, but I understand that. But can you explain that a little more, see what security, how it's going to manage it?
Through the chair, I certainly can. So the facility, the proper operation of the facility is really dependent on effective physical security measures. And what that means is it's not always, it's about managing flows, and flows within both to and from the property, within the property, and even amongst units of the property itself. So one of the things that exists is the facility will have it already does, but will be improved upon, a robust camera system, both interior and exterior around the project. So the facility can be monitored very closely from the reception desk, which will also be the only point of entrance for the residential space. So anybody coming and going from the residential component of the project, so outside of the enforcement and CFD areas, will be funneled through one entry point. And that entry point being one that has essentially a double door system that allows for not somebody just to walk through unchecked. So what I mean by that is somebody will either have access because they're a resident or employee through their appropriate access fob or a card, and that staff would then be responsible for allowing anybody else into the facility that presents themselves. Within the floors, each floor is access controlled, as is the elevators. In the common spaces as well will have various degrees of access. We additionally plan on having significant improvements to both the deteriorating state of the fence on the Chelsea Villa side of the project, where we plan to replace what was the former developer fence with something much more sturdy and hopefully more aesthetically pleasing than what exists today, as well as redefining the property through new landscaping, likely a wrought iron style fencing and stone facade solution.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Minhas.
Sorry, and I should note that's in addition to having on-site security plus the nearby presence of the peace officers.
So the second question for the law enforcement, are they going to be separate out from it? Like, I know that's a big place, it's 4-acre land, and like there's a drugstore on the other side. It's going to be separate out from or they're going to be together?
So as was touched on earlier today, we see there being a real opportunity here. So yes, we want enforcement to have its own independent space within the building, which they will have. They will have their own direct access and likely be broken up on the property in a way that it's almost like two distinct buildings. However, we also plan on providing greater integration within that building community. And what I mean by that is we want the officers to interact and form relationships and at least know who the tenants are and you know, hopefully create a name recognition where they understand each other's names, participate in some of the programming, gain a better understanding of, you know, Aboriginal awareness, for instance, is one of the programs I would hope that we can get all of the officers involved in and see some of the lived experience stuff where members of the community here and residents can explain, you know, how they came to be in the circumstances they came to be in and what we see it as an opportunity for reconciliation and having the officers not there as just the hammer. I mean, if an enforcement issue arises that requires, you know, their emergency intervention, then so be it. And it's our hope that their knowledge of the individual and of the program would allow them to respond in a really appropriate manner to that. But more than that is we want to create better dialogue and understanding so there's less confrontation, that there's more doing this because you have mutual respect for one another as opposed to this adversarial relationship.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Minhas. Councillor Minhas. Councillor Bressie, please.
Great, thank you. Could you just share in the rezoning as one of the uses, there's a community outreach facility listed there, and can you share the intention of that? And along the same lines, I appreciate that there'd be a bylaw and a community social development component, and there'd be clients of those two services going to them for things like to make a bylaw complaint or for recreation access programs and other things that people go to community social development right now. But on the supportive housing side and for services geared towards our more vulnerable residents and our residents who are or have been street engaged, is there any intention to offer services for people that aren't living on site in this facility, or will it only be for residents of the building?
So that it is not the intent to provide outreach services to the site where people that are accessing programs are trying to come directly into that site for services. Now, I believe that definition's in there because it is envisioned that some of the service providers that may co-locate at that facility to service the resident population may provide outreach in that their staff may deploy from that site off-site to support other programs at other locations, but it is not the intent to have outside clients come to that site for their services. Now, if that were to occur, I would actually, if that was the intent of that particular agency, I believe it'd be a prudent discussion to bring forward to council as the development authority.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bressie. Just a couple more questions for me, Director Manuel. One of the delegates had mentioned on the business case about the utilities and the insurance. I just had a chance to read through there. Just wondering if you can speak to those. I also had those flagged, and I'm just wondering if you can speak to those now, please. So
certainly, through the chair. That's a fair flag. So what the intent of the business case that we released there was to illustrate what we believe to be financial viability. Certainly some of those benchmarks required, and so utilities and insurance were actually two that we had flagged as ones that further diligence was being done on. we ahead of ratification, because the financial component is really probably most relevant to the council's ratification discussion around the project, is something that we hope to have a specific quote return back. So we'll know what the actual number is. But in the interest of time and giving the public an opportunity to at least digest at a high level what some of those details are, that's what was provided. I will be the first to concede that a existing building, particularly a building that operates as a business and presents more challenges to timelines around some of these processes than a new build obviously does. And some of those timeline sensitivities are, as soon as this goes to a public forum, which it is in, that the city is looking to acquire a property, things such as hotel reservations, recruiting and retaining staff, all of those become challenges for the business that's operating, and it's something that drives some of the timeline decisions associated with the project. So appreciating that there's a need for information while at the same time getting the specifics as close as we can get. We're trying to find that balance and just understand that some of this had to be estimates based on what we had while we obtain the specifics.
Okay, no, thank you for that. And just one last question for me, and then I'll go back to Councillor O'Toole, is just looking at the business case. If I'm reading it right, it says phase 4 is when the commercial kitchen and social enterprises would happen. So what happens for food source for the folks that move in from the Parkside in potentially in 6 weeks here, if this is, or 8 weeks if this is approved?
Yeah, great question. So basically, since this has gone forward, we've had a whole project team within the city of Grande Prairie that's dealing with all the operational components, particularly as they relate to phase 1 and bringing that to fruition. And what they have done is secured 3 meals a day to be delivered from the community kitchen operated by the Friendship Center. So we'll utilize the dining room with all of the food coming from the community kitchen program that's presently operational over at the Friendship Center.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll go back to Councillor O'Toole.
Ask a question about that.
Oh, sorry, Councillor O'Toole, just before I let you jump in here, Councillor Bressie has a question on that same one, so I'll just go to him first, please, and then I'll come back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Palat. I'm just curious, is the cost for, are we paying the community kitchen for that food? And I'd assume there's a cost of delivery. Is that cost built into the budget we're seeing right now, or would that be an additional cost over what was in the business case?
So there's no cost associated to the food itself. And we are exploring the transportation options we have, whether that be through the use of our caseworkers, MOP, or other means to have that food delivered. So we're working on the delivery piece at the moment. We've got a few options in front of us, but there's no additional cost allocated to the food.
Thanks for that, Councillor Bressie and Director Manuel. Councillor O'Toole?
Yes. When Mr. Peters and Mr. Sargent spoke, they mentioned the fact that it's a 40-year-old building. I would imagine we've got appraisals and building inspections done before we went and decided if this was the opportunity of a lifetime or not. Can you tell me more about that, please? I'd like to know what the condition of the building is for a 40-year-old building.
Okay, fair enough. So in regard to that question there, the facility condition report identified that the building is in fair condition and that it had undergone extensive renovations to the tune of around $5 million, like I'd mentioned, around approximately 5 years ago. And additional capital improvements have been made since then. They estimated the useful economic life remaining on the building to be 42 years if properly maintained in accordance with at least a 25-year capital improvement schedule that they provided to us, I should say. Part of what we've done in that business case is advanced many of the future capital maintenance and improvement opportunities were actually things scheduled within the next 5 years, were things that we were looking to improve in the building anyways, such as accessibility, energy efficiency, those components. And those are also the things that are most viable for government grants. So if we want to pursue opportunities around accessibility and energy efficiency, other levels of government, particularly the federal government, have a great deal of programs and projects related to that. So we've actually, within our capital renovation plan, forecasted moving forward those capital items to be completed early in the renovation cycle of the project to, one, address their future need, but also because we believe we can leverage the money even further by offsetting some of those expenses with various grant programs we're pursuing.
Thank you so very much.
Okay. Any other questions for Director Manuel? Seeing none, I guess with that, we're going to close the public delegation side of it. And I would just ask council if we could maybe just take a 5-minute recess. We've been going for quite a while here. Our room's slightly air conditioned, but we could probably use a water or something to cool down here. So if we can just take a 5-minute pause, everybody, please, and then we'll hop back on. 5, 4, 3, 1. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for letting us take a quick pause there. So we just closed off the public hearing portion of this. And so now we'll move into the business arising from the hearing. So any business arising from the hearing? Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Chair Platt, Mayor Platt. I would move that council give 3 readings to bylaw C-1260-138, being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
Okay, appreciate the motion. I think we can't do all 3 at once. So if you would if you're okay with maybe making.
Yeah, I'll just do first reading.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor Thiessen. That motion's in order, and there's no discussion or debate on the first reading. So I guess we'll hop over to rescribe and please vote. Okay, thanks for that. So that will pass unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Interim Mayor Chair Palat. I would move that council give second reading to this bylaw.
Okay. Thanks for that, Councillor Thiessen. So open for discussion or debate. Any questions from anybody on council? Seeing none, sorry, Councillor Bressie, I didn't see your hand up. My bad.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Chair Plot. Yeah, just to speak to this, I still do have some questions and some concerns about this that I'll be asking when we get to the development permit phase, and especially when we get to the ratification phase. So for me, this definitely isn't a 100% it should happen yes thing yet, but right now we are just considering the rezoning the land use of this, and I do think this is a compatible land use if done properly, and we'll be asking those questions. It's going to be done properly later. But if it is done properly, the 2 big concerns I heard was about what impact will it have on crime in the neighborhood, and what impact will it have on the perception of our city being in a main corridor into town. And when it comes to crime, I think that if done properly, it's going to reduce crime throughout our entire community, including this neighborhood. This neighborhood already is having issues because of chronic homelessness, and getting over 100 people off the streets and into the help they need will reduce those issues. I know that we've got evidence from other communities, and we've got evidence from our own community, that when supportive housing goes into a neighborhood, crime tends to drop. I also know that the closest analogy to this development in Grande Prairie isn't actually Rotary House. I think the closest analogy to this is actually Rising Above. Rising Above is other supportive housing for people who are getting out of, as they say, cycles of defeat. And I know I live close to Rising Above, and when it went in, there were a lot of my neighbors that were very nervous about what it would do to crime. And it's actually a lot better building now than it was before Rising Above moved in. So I don't think that if this is done properly, crime's going to increase. And as for visibility when we come into the city, frankly, I'm kind of embarrassed by the property right now. VLT and a liquor store. Those aren't the perceptions that I want to be giving people when they're driving into Grande Prairie. I am a lot more comfortable with, I think most people who drive past this, if it happens, if they're not familiar with Grande Prairie, they won't even know what it is. But if they do know what it is, I'm sure more comfortable showing off that we're a city that's actually making meaningful change than we're a city that's got gambling and alcohol. And so the two big land use concerns I've heard, I think they've been thoughtfully considered. I think they've been addressed. I don't think they're going to pan out if this is done properly. So I certainly support rezoning, but I still have a lot of questions when we get to talking development permit and the actual ratification of this thing.
Thanks, Councillor Bressie. Councillor Thiessen, please.
Thank you very much, Chair Palat. I'm similar to Councillor Bressie. 8 years ago when I came onto council, I was the real only housing advocate on council. Now it seems like we've got a whole bunch of housing advocates, and we all got different ideas as to what's best and how best to employ social and affordable and permanent supportive housing and the other various types of housing that are needed within our community. This is one step. The zoning is a very easy step that we can take, and I'll even double down on what Councillor Bressie said about Rising Above. I'm a big supporter of that organization as well, but I would compare this one more to a higher level Willow Place, a place that I spent much time working at with my time with Canadian Mental Health Association. It is a permanent supportive housing unit as well. Most people just think it's a 3-story apartment building running on 100th Ave. Typically, there's not a lot of action out front. Most of the people stick to themselves, and inside there's a wonderful community of people who help to serve each other, help to take care of each other, and look out for the community as well. One of my favorite stories of Willow Place was we had a drug house across the street, and it was the residents that notified staff that were always on the lookout and calling our CMP as well until that place got shut down. So these are people who saw the drug dealers, the pushers, talking with the other residents and trying to lure them back into their cycles of addiction. The community most times would not allow it. And if people got in too deep and they couldn't escape and the supports couldn't help them, they moved on from the program. But largely, Willow Place has been a great example of what permanent supportive housing can do in the community as far as building community for people who don't have that in their lives. So for all those reasons, I'm going to support this rezoning. And I also have questions going forward to the development permit stage, but I encourage council to support this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Any other comments from council? Councillor Friesen.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Palat. It's been a while since we've had this in front. Well, yeah, we've been on Zoom and managing very differently. It is good to be back, though. I will be supporting the rezoning. What I understand of the proposed use and the current use, there are a lot of similarities, and the few additions to the proposed use are still compatible with the area. And that really is what we're looking at tonight. I do hear concerns. I have read every email. I have not responded to every email, but I have read one, and I've read them. And I've also spent a great deal of time in meetings with neighboring property owners and talking on the phone with property owners, including in Chelsea Villas and the businesses that neighbor the property. And the concerns that I hear expressed are the kinds of behaviors that we see because we have a homeless population in Grande Prairie. And I live in a bit of an epicenter of supportive housing and affordable housing and shelters. And the nuisance behaviors that I experience in my neighborhood are not from people who are residents there, not from people who are in the affordable housing that is immediately behind me at Oasis. There are 20 units there, and 2 blocks away from me is affordable housing, the largest affordable housing in the city, and that there were a lot of concerns about that as well when it was built. But that's not where the nuisance behavior is coming from. So the difference here is that the behaviors and the concerns that I'm hearing about are of people who are still homeless. And if we are able to provide, if this or another project is better and goes through later, if we are able to provide homes, we will see throughout the city a decrease in the behaviors that concern people. And to kick that a little closer to fruition, I'll be supporting the rezoning tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Friesen. I'll just enter into the debate. I just have a couple more questions for administration, please. I guess for me, one of the things that our council was privy to about a week ago, somebody in the community had brought forward a proposed plan in another location. I've since spent a lot of hours with engineers. I'm a builder myself, and I just have to say I don't agree with the numbers in our reports at all. I think the numbers are way, way off of what new would be. I honestly believe in my heart of hearts we could build this almost the same dollar, door for door, brand new, brand new would also bring us a building that would be able to go after all kinds of other grants that you can't with this, all kinds of green initiative grants. So I just think there's other information. I feel this is very rushed. The reason I'm not supporting this is I don't think it's the highest and best use of land. Councillor Bresci and I just went through assessment review board training. It was an eye-opener of me of just realizing this land is all built out around it, and everything is built out to 100% its best use. We're putting something in there that's going to downgrade the value. We can all say it won't. I've read more than enough housing reports, and I've personally lived what housing does in our downtown core with property values. They will drop, and we can all say they won't, and we can say NIMBY's not real, but it happens. And so I think the city is going to be at a major loss for highest and best use, and we're going to see property taxes drop in this area. I really, truly believe that, and you show me a report that's from a smaller community, not Edmonton, where Ambrose went in and then $1 billion Stantec project went up, not Victoria, where high-rises continue to go up all the time that help values. All of those reports we see that say values don't get affected are all from major cities. They're not sticking a building like this by our largest taxpayer in the mall, by businesses that are worth upwards of $15 million beside them. They're not putting besides families and kids and seniors. I guess for me, I appreciate there's a homeless issue here. I don't think it should be processed though. And although we've followed process, you guys, I've heard a few of you pound the table around here for 3 years. But we need more engagement. We need more process. We need more engagement. We need more process. And here we are in our package tonight. We're going to go to our next step and approving a development permit. I'll just go right off of our city's manual again here. These are the things that are supposed to be in a development permit that are not in our permit tonight. So we're going to approve this to go to the next step. And then we're going to talk about a business case, which we're not supposed to talk about tonight, which has a ton of holes in it. And it just doesn't sit well with me, guys. So I can't support this. I really hope you reconsider supporting this. I know there's a need for this in the community, but I've had some people remind me that in a year of almost conversations, we have never publicly debated this council spending a bunch of money on homeless things. If we would have debated that, this might have been more palatable and easy. I also think it would have brought business people out that are now coming out saying, what about this location? Have you thought about building this? The quotes, the costs that we're saying that were being quoted are about $550 a square foot, almost double what I'm hearing from industry, almost double. And I have 3 credible sources that if we put a pause and were to ask, you would all know them by name, ask them the numbers. They're very, very different than what's been proposed. So I know we've got a passion to move this forward, group, but I can't support it in this location. I just think we're really going to truly be embarrassed of that in 2 years. We don't have a landscape plan in front of us. We've talked about it, not in our package. Simple things that are supposed to be in our packages, if there was any other development in our community that was coming forward, would not even probably have got this far with administration because they're just simply not in our package. We said we went out and did engagement. We've talked to all these folks about things, so why are those engagement pieces not in the package? Why are those things not in the package about what kind of screening, landscape planning? We don't even know where they're accessing the site. We just found out maybe CSD is not going to put people in. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of a whole organization moving over somewhere that now doesn't let people come to it when it used to let people come to it. I could go for about half an hour how the business case is probably about $300,000 to $500,000 light at a minimum, in my opinion, of what it's actually going to cost us. And fair enough if it's costing us, but let's not rush through something, admit that we've kind of maybe got some holes in the process, but we're really hurrying this forward. It just doesn't sit well for me. So I won't be supporting the motion. I won't be supporting any of this unless I see way more documentation and way more process put into this than what we've done. I'm sorry. Other conversation or debate? Councillor Bresci.
Great. Thank you, Chair Plott. I think you've got some good points, and I'm looking forward to when we get to talk about a development permit. And sorry, when I won't. I'm trying not to enter debate, but I just do feel I need to say, as a matter of fact, that 2 things. One is the property value study. We had included data from Prince George, from Terrace, from Kelowna, so it did look at smaller communities, not just the large cities. And also, I just highlight that this is the 3rd time our council is discussing a specific proposal for our property. So we have been having substantial discussion that includes talking about how much it's going to cost, what we're going to do, at least 2 other times this council. This shouldn't be a surprise to anybody that's been paying attention to council that we're talking about this now, albeit it is a very different in terms of size and scale and scope. But I don't know if it's that different in terms of the money we were talking about spending before. So I just thought I had to say those as a matter of fact.
Thanks, Councillor Bresci. Any other comments? Okay, so we'll... Oh, sorry, Councillor O'Toole, my bad.
Oh, I ditto what Mr. Bressie said. I think we have had some conversations and verbal updates, nothing necessarily in print, but we have had some discussions. So I'm actually looking forward to voting on this actually tonight. I'm in favor.
Okay, thanks, Councillor O'Toole. Seeing nobody else in the queue. No, so nobody else in the queue. I guess we'll go ahead and please vote. And that looks to have carried 5-1. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Chair Palat. I would move that Council have third reading for bylaw C-1260-138 as an amendment to the land use bylaw at this meeting tonight. Just to speak to this motion, I really strongly encourage everyone to vote unanimously in favor of this. Changing the rezoning of this property doesn't dictate that we are going to be building anything on it. It still remains flexible and fluid into what may or may not go on that site, regardless of what comes after this. It could be permanent supportive housing, which is what we're talking about, but this isn't a final deal until the final vote. So I would encourage all members of council to allow for this rezoning to go through, and then we can vote on that and then discuss further down the agenda. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Bressie.
Thank you. Of a project of this magnitude, we sure shouldn't be making a decision in one evening. We should have time to sit on public delegations. That being said, I would encourage us to finish the rezoning tonight. And really the reason for that is because I think a lot of our concerns are involved with the development permit. And I think it really serves council if we can have specific conversation and questions about that development permit tonight. So we're set up for that for our next meeting. I think it would be a real shame if a next meeting we were potentially looking at third reading of this and development permit and ratification of purchase. So I certainly think that brakes need to be put on this and that a final decision should not be made tonight, but our discussions can be set up a lot better, I think, if we have third reading tonight. So let's have third reading so we can get into details about this development permit tonight.
Thanks for that, Councillor Bressie. Councillor O'Toole.
I think Mr. Bressie stole my notes tonight, but I do agree with him, and I do agree with Councillor Thiessen. I think this will do nothing other than move the next stage on, and if we want to have a debate on that, then we can do that. But holding it off for 2 weeks is kind of ridiculous because it's still going to be zoned what it is. We're just adding more to that zoning. So please, I would support that we unanimously vote for this tonight so we can move on to the next stage, please.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. I'll enter the debate. I'm really struggling with supporting this. I want to ask you all individually. There's 385 names on a Royal Oaks petition right now. Whether they're all valid or not, I don't know. I've personally talked to dozens of people that live in that area that have small children that are scared, very scared for their kids. And we can say, hey, we're all educated. What other land use zoning have you had hundreds of people upset, major business upset nearby? We haven't really done much as far as, yes, we've done the bare minimum. Would we be having this conversation if this wasn't to do with social housing? Would we be rushing this through if this wasn't a social housing project? Would we be rushing and ramming something through that we've done basically the minimum check marks all the way through? We had all these engagements a month ago to sell the project, but there was nothing about the project. There was no pictures about the project. There was no landscaping, all those things we expect as part of a project. So now we're going to go to the next part of it about permits. I'll remind you guys, remember the Parkside Inn debate we had here? Well, we're going to put in trees, we're going to put in security, we're going to put in all these things, and we can say we didn't own the site. We sat here as a council and approved all of those things and said to that community we're going to do all those things, and we didn't do them. There's not a tree still at Parkside. We didn't put in the security said we were going to do. We didn't do the things we said we were going to do. And we can say it was the proponent that owned the land that didn't do it. We approved it as conditions to that permit. And as soon as this ship sails where we approve this tonight, we're not going to go back. And that's what the community has been really worried about the whole time as we've shown a report. Here's where the engagement is. Not a lot of information on it. You had to sign up for it. A week ago, not even a week ago, we finally got a business case and that report was finally published. Every single land use planning thing we've had on this council that I'm aware of If it's high topical, we'll have some sort of debate at committee and we'll have a pause for a conversation. This is just showing up, approve it, get the development permitting approved tonight and move on. And we're moving people in August 1st. It's everything that the community's been worried about as far as transparency. We're setting up just to do what we said we're gonna do. We're gonna push this thing through. And I know you can all say, oh, well, let's talk about development permitting. Once we approve this, if we get to development permitting and we say we wanna do a bunch of things there, and then we decide maybe we're wrong on that, we gotta go back through rezoning this whole thing. And I wish we would had pause on this, and my apologies to the community that we didn't get some information earlier, but I have to repeat this. The numbers that we're getting in this report are not accurate of what this is gonna cost. This will be at least $400,000 more than what we're proposing. We're saying we're gonna have 90% occupancy in this report, one report. I know we're not supposed to talk about it, it's part of this decision. Part of changing the land use is what businesses we're gonna put into. We think that business is the highest and best use. It isn't gonna be feasible for that location. It's not the highest and best use of land. And I don't understand why we're not talking about that. We're just rushing through. We want this homeless shelter, this community compassion house so much. We're not even listening to the area and the people in the area that are having serious concerns about this. We engaged. We haven't heard anything through engagement of what we've done to specifically change the decisions that some of those people were worried about. So I don't know how we've engaged. We've listened to people. We haven't changed anything. We haven't shown them anything new, but we've said we've engaged. And sorry, I'm really struggling with this one, you guys. I don't know how we can just keep rushing this through when we just haven't done the levels of engagement that I truly think we can. And I think there's just some missing information. Our council's had one other conversation about this in camera. I debated some of these things then. They're still in this report. I've had time to clarify that they're not correct in my opinion. So, but I can't talk about those now because we're supposed to talk about public land use planning, even though it's because of this project that we're doing it. So I'm not sure I'm voting here, but I'm leaning really towards it. I don't know why we'd want to rush this. I just don't know why we'd think we need to rush this hurry. I'm sorry. Councillor Bressy.
Great, thank you. Just a procedural and then another matter of fact is a procedural thing is we are certainly in an awkward space right now in terms of we are in a very defined process under the Municipal Government Act, and we're in a process that isn't only rigidly defined by the Municipal Government Act, but the decision itself, but the process that we're in can be subject to judicial review. And I think that it's fair enough if you think that other things should come first or that you think we should be considering the business case along with rezoning. I'm frustrated with the process too. It sure isn't an ideal process, but it is one that we are required to follow under the MGA and under case law. Also, I just think it's important to note that there's been mention made of counter proposals. There's also been mention made of a petition. Council hasn't received those. As far as I know, administration hasn't received those. Maybe some councillors have. I know I haven't had any proponents of a counter proposal send that to me. I know I haven't been presented with a petition. So I think it's really important that when we're considering this, we're in a procedure that has certain processes, and one of those is procedural fairness. And I don't think it's appropriate or right to consider things that haven't been made available to all of council. So I'd encourage those things not to be considered by my colleagues as we're deciding this. Fair enough to consider those at later stages when we're not in this rigidly defined process. But right now, this is about what's actually been presented to us and what's been presented to all members of council.
Thanks, Councillor Bressy. Councillor Thies, to close.
Thank you very much, Chair Palat. Thank you for the discussion, debate on this. Again, one more time, I'd really like to strongly encourage Councillor Palat and any other member of council who may have hesitations about the rezoning of this land to reconsider the reconsideration of it and to vote yes. The reason I'm going to go off of a couple points that Chair Palat made. When we're doing land use planning, the zoning part is the basic bare bones of it. We're not getting into specifics. We're not getting into details. We talk to developers and land planners all the time, and it's very fluid. The zoning of a parcel of land in any area structure plan or outline plan is very fluid and can change at the whim of any council at any time until the development actually starts. So we're actually not even talking about what's going on the land yet. We're just talking about rezoning it so we can have that discussion. When we're talking about the highest and best use of land, I have looked at that area quite a bit, and much like Councillor Bressy, I've expressed my opinion with some of the residents, and and the business owners that I don't like the faded pink facade of a dilapidating hotel, like being one of the things that people drive into the city and see with the liquor store and VLT sign on the front. And I think at the very least that deserves an upgrade. When we're talking about the highest and best use of the land as well, I've been privy on the past two councils to witness 2 cell phone towers go up real close to that property, one with a 72% variance to residential based off of our own city standard guidelines, with the assumption that even if we said no, the CRTC could just erase what we said no to. And yet there they are. And I'm not sure that putting a cell phone tower, you know, within close proximity to residential spaces, especially like Chelsea Villas, is the highest, best, or most healthy use of a plot of land. So I take that into consideration as well. And believe it or not, I've taken that into consideration on whether or not I want to put more houses, more bodies in houses close to those tower sites. But that's my own personal thing. Councillor Platt also mentioned that we have an issue with our homelessness, and it's not going anywhere, and we're rushing through this process. I actually don't think we need to rush through this process. I think the zoning needs to get done tonight. Everything else we can extend, and we can maybe wait for a petition to show up, or have more people come to speak to or against, or give administration more time to fill out the blanks. But as far as the homelessness issue, right now, all of our shelter spaces are currently under social distancing guidelines, which will end as of July 1st. So all those people that, you know, may be losing a home on August 1st to the Parkside Inn, as was mentioned before, we don't have to rush to get them in during the dog days of summer. We will have shelter spaces to put them in. They will have support workers working with them. And a transition can be made, or a temporary transition can be made when we don't have to social distance our shelters. So for all of these reasons, I strongly encourage Councillor Platt and to vote in favor of this rezoning, because it doesn't predicate what the actual use of the land is going to be. It doesn't predicate the development permit or require any additional information. All it is a rezoning. And if at some point in the future we decide to go forward with it, that's all right. And if at some point in the future we decide to go against the development permit, well, it still leaves room for something else to take its place for the highest and best use of that land, whatever council and administration can determine it can be from that point forward. So I don't know what else I can say to encourage you to vote to have third reading today. I just encourage you not to slow down the process of creating something where there is currently nothing in our city as people enter. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your close, Councillor Thiessen. And with that, we'll hop over and we'll vote on our rescribe, please. And that carries unanimously. So with that, we'll move on to our next item of business. And I'll look for administration to...
Oh, no, I'll do third reading.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Sorry, my bad.
Thank you, Chair Palat, and thank you again. I would move that Council give third reading to Bylaw C-1260-138, being an amendment to the Land Use Bylaw.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor Thiessen. So please vote. And that carries with a 5-1. So that will close out that part of the public hearing, and we'll move on to the development permit report, and I will look for administration to introduce this, please. Hello, Mr. Turbin. Are you?
Yes, I'm right here. I'm trying to, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I'm just trying to, as usual, when something don't want to work, one second, I'm just trying to share my screen.
Okay. I'm hearing you should be able to, so just let us know if you're having any issues there?
We okay now?
We're still not seeing your screen, Mr. Tobin.
Gee. 1 second, please. I apologize again.
Okay, we're starting to see something change here. Looks like your home screen.
Yeah. I see that now, too. So are we seeing my screen now?
Yep, you're good to go there.
Thank you. I apologize for that. So, yeah, so what we're looking at is, as we discussed already, is a development permit, PL 210231, for the change of use to permanent supported housing. Property we're looking at is actually the Stonebridge Hotel. It's located at 1202 100th Street. The applicant has proposed to change the use to a permanent supported housing with transitional housing and on-site supports for residents, including physical and mental health and addictions management services. The change of use will also include the relocation of the city's Community Social Development and Enforcement Services Department to this location. The rezoning had to occur first before we could look at the application. And the green in the middle is the high visibility corridor, 100th Street high visibility corridor. The property itself, the surrounding land uses, is the property is located on the intersection of a service road off 100th Street and 121st Ave. It's surrounded by residential condominium developments to the west, Chelsea Villas, automotive dealership and commercial developments to the north, which we already talked about earlier, the Prairie Mall and shopping centers and other commercial developments across 100th Street to the east, and a motel and surrounding commercial developments to the south. The building itself, the site, has 252 paved parking stalls. So earlier we talked about parking and what was required. As a development officer, I assessed the new use, understanding that it's an existing use and I'm restricted by the property size. But for 252 paved parking stalls, it exceeds the requirements of the land use bylaw for community services and for enforcement services, as well as the units. And it's also surrounded by some landscaping, which we'll get into in a bit. The building will contain 120 units, 3 stories, and that's rooms. As was described earlier, 40 on each floor by Director Manuel. So the front of the building will look like this, and this will be the 3-story floor we're looking at. The site photo shows the 3-story of supported housing. There's 2 portions, as we discussed, of this property. It meets the objectives of council strategic direction in the community and safety, as well as infrastructure. And it meets the various requirements. After all those, that 3 value statements. The property is accessible. As you can see, there is some landscaping on this property. There is rocks or conglomerate. There is some trees. You can see them to the front here, facing the service road, and even here. And there is some grass. And this is the 121st Avenue exit. The environmental and there are no environmental impacts from the associated with the specific application, and we do not see any direct economic development impacts with the application. The social impacts of the application, if approved, will be essential to on-site supports and services for individuals affected by homelessness, physical and mental health, and addiction management services, with 24-hour-a-day support and other service providers, including the city's Community Social Development and Enforcement Services Department. They'll be co-located on the site. To the rear of the building, we can see, when I talk about landscaping, there's a bit of extra landscaping, but we can also see the sidewalk ends here. So if we go back to the previous slide, we'll see there is no sidewalk on the south end of the building, nor is there a sidewalk for safe pedestrian access leading to the front into 100th Street. So certainly something to consider for the applicant to maybe provide some kind of pedestrian access to the site and along the site. This is the rear, and this is the fence that is falling down, or that Director Manuel mentioned earlier. This is rear access to the site. There is some landscaping, and this is the other side, which is the north side of the site. And you can see this is the automobile dealership, and there is some landscaping that's on the automobile dealership side. The trees rather, but there are also trees. There's a fire hydrant there in the foreground. But the land use bylaws, if we go back to the previous slide and we look at the definition of permanent supporting housing. Permanent supporting housing means a facility providing residential accommodation in addition to continuous on-site professional care and supervision to persons whose cognitive or behavioral health needs require increased level of service. The structure may require enhanced safety and security control, such as entrances and exits, under the exclusive control of the staff, secured rooms, windows, or doors. And fences. This use requires a direct control district, which is why we're here with a direct control 29 site-specific district. The use does not include extended medical services. The land use bylaw then is specific in the sense that if we look at the land use and we change the district, which council did, to a DC 29, then administration is satisfied that since the property has been rezoned to a DC 29 district, the proposed use now meets the intent of the definition, and the proposed development will meet all the requirements of land use bylaw C/1260. The risks, well, based on the definition of permanent supported housing, administration does not see any unusual risk specific to this location. The financial implications are on what you've talked about earlier, and the rezoning and the development permit does not introduce any additional costs to the project as a whole. So we've done a stakeholder engagement, and as was noted earlier, for the open house, the applicant had included all of Chelsea Villas. For the planning rezone amendment bylaw, the planner had included all of Chelsea Villas, including all the other properties that you'll note there. But, you know, the legislative commitments say the adjacent property owners, and adjacent means the properties next to it. So the development permit went out first for circulation, and we included all these same properties, and of course all the properties got covered as well. We had a total of 53 notices that went out, and at the time of writing this report, we had 4 letters of objection, which are included in the report that I submitted to, that administration submitted. We also circulated to various internal departments and external agencies. We had no concern other than we should look at a sidewalk along 121 Avenue should be considered. Engineering services recommended that we look at it for safe pedestrian access to the site and from the site. The objections are included within the fee. So, in summary, permanent supporting housing is listed now as a permitted use in the DC 29 district, and City Council is the approving development authority. The applicant is proposing to provide permanent supported housing with transitional housing and on-site support and services for residents. including physical and mental health and addictions management services. The DC 29 district will allow for other services providers and city social development and enforcement services departments to co-locate and operate from this location. The property in question is located in the DC 29 district, and so the permanent supported housing and all related uses, which was approved by council a short while ago, will meet the intent and all the requirements of Land Use Bylaw C/1260. Therefore, administration recommends that City Council approve permanent supported housing use with conditions as indicated in the draft development permit, which can be modified, like I indicated, to include parking. I apologize for the way I started out. Mr. Mayor, is there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Tobin. I appreciate getting called the mayor here tonight a lot, but I guess I'm just the chair here tonight. That's not a job I ever want to have. So, but I'm just teasing you because I've been hearing it a few times. But I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions. Councillor Bressie.
Well, thank you, Your Deputy Worship. I've got specific questions. Before I get there, just a procedural question. What's the administration's recommendation in terms of if council wants to see specific changes? Is it somebody makes a motion and then others make it to adopt the development permit, then others make a motion to amend, or we give direction outside the development permit? If there's specific physical things we'd like to see with this property to support the development permit, how should we have that debate?
Through the chair, Your Honor. What happened with the Parkside is, the chair is correct, there was some conditions that council had debated and talked about at that council meeting, and I had presented at the Parkside. And the mayor had indicated that they could be added later to a report or whatever, and not be part of the development permit. So if council wants to make any condition part of a development permit, then it's best to make the recommendation and council approve.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Bressie?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Just a question for me, as I'm not seeing anybody in queue. I'm just, again, I'm looking at our city policy when it's talking about a development permit application. Maybe it's different in this one, but it says location of curbs and sidewalks, dimensional layout of existing and proposed parking areas, entrances and exits, landscaping, plans showing elevations, floor plans. I'm just curious why none of those are in our package.
Yeah, through the chair. Typically, we would ask for those with a new development. However, this is an existing development. The building's already there. The facades are there. When they get to the building permit stage for their upgrade and tenant improvements, then and they will, you can contact, you can speak to Director Manuel, but they will have those. So what we have to assess is what's existing, water, sewer, storm, sanitary, sidewalks. And we circulate to internal to engineering, but also external to Aquaterra, to ATCO, to any comments at all that would impact construction. And we had received no comments or concern with drainage or water and sewer because it's an existing site that had been approved with a lot grading permit at its time. So, and it was a hotel, and so the parking stalls were all approved. The landscaping's approved. We're looking at existing, so we didn't need, when I do the calculation based on the use, there is more parking based on what the use is, because most of the dwelling in the 120 units, 40 initially, or however they do it, will not have vehicles. And the landscaping is on site. The trees, some of the trees seem to be a little damaged in the last couple of years with insects, as others have, and certainly we can look at those as we progress, and I'm sure Director Manuel, as the applicant, will look at it.
Okay, thanks for that. And I'll just look and see one last time if there's any more questions from council. Okay, Councillor Bressie.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess another procedural question is when do we get to grill Director Manuel? It's just procedurally, I do have questions for the applicant, and I'd rather ask questions before I just start making motions to make changes, because I'm always happy to make motions, but I might make more considered ones if we get a chance to talk to Director Manuel. When's that happen?
Yeah, through the mayor, through the chair, rather. Yeah, you got, and there are no more questions for me at this time, or they can come back later. You can certainly question Director Manuel at this time.
Go ahead, Councillor Bressie.
Sure. Well, my biggest question for Director Manuel is what exterior changes are contemplated for this? What will be happening for outdoor amenity space? What can we have certainty will happen for fencing, landscaping? Just how will this look different to somebody who's driving by?
Fair questions. So one of the things that's important to note is that timing drove a lot of this, in that to meet the timelines associated with the offer to purchase, it was necessary to submit the development permit in conjunction with the rezoning application. So administration felt that the building in its current state represented meeting all of the existing land use bylaw requirements for such a facility. That being said, it was always believed by administration that additional improvements would be both necessary and desirable. So that fits in line with our engagement process. We wanted to use the engagement process as a means by which to determine what sort of site improvements would be useful in integrating the project into the community and to support the programming and tenants that are planned to be on site. So with that in mind, that is one of the reasons why administration is proposing a phased approach, because it's recognized that if ratified, when we receive possession of this property, we will not have all of those renovations designed or particularly completed come possession date. So with that being said, we understand that the city is the proponent here and council is the development authority, which means there is greater opportunities for, one, at this stage of the game, if there's specific things that are desired by council as the development authority, certainly at today or subsequent juncture points, if the decision is deferred, there is an opportunity to specify precisely what council would like to see in regard to these design considerations. Or additionally, administration can also be directed by council to return through committee or other processes for final direction in regard to how to proceed, because administration is ultimately accountable to council.
Is that good, Councillor Bressie, or did you have any other questions?
Yeah, thank you. I think one thing that just clicked in me was how long ago did this development permit application have to be submitted by administration? I'm assuming it wasn't just something that was submitted on Thursday and could have been finalized as late as last Thursday when our agenda went out. Is that correct?
The development permit had to be submitted May 19th.
Gotcha. That explains to me why there's not as much detail on it. Thank you. That was yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Councillor Bressie. Any other questions from council? Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I like that. Thanks, Dylan. This is just a question for Director Manuel. So, as Mr. Tobin had stated, that we're more than over capacity for parking. There's plenty of parking stalls in that area. There's also plenty of gravel that doesn't really, or sorry, I guess asphalt, that doesn't really make for a very welcome place to walk home or into, especially if it's just bare pavement the whole way. Are plans to keep the existing parking lot as it is, or would we chunk that off and make those sidewalks that Mr. Tobin talked about, and perhaps plant more trees or do a better, more robust landscaping program there?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. So far, it has been recognized that this is a significant parcel of land with a significant amount of asphalt that would not be required for its existing uses as parking. So it is seen that there is opportunities to include programming components such as community gardens, greenhouse space, and as well as some recreational areas. and the incorporation of various landscaping islands and elements such as that to create both a more functional environment that encourages community interaction while also being more aesthetically pleasing.
Okay, I guess I appreciate that answer. I know this may be getting more into details that we may not need, but for me, there's a potential we're going to be putting 2 city departments in there if this goes by and passes, as well as the service organization. How many parking stalls do we anticipate will be the need for this project if it goes through?
Administration, through the chair, is anticipating approximately 120 to 130 stalls.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for now, unless anyone else has any questions.
Any other? I guess I'll jump in the queue and just, I guess what I'm curious about is if we pulled the application May 19th, I can understand that. We also did in community engagement early June, so almost 6 weeks on the permit and another 3 weeks. We've had all this information. At what point will we actually see a landscape plan? For me, I was, I guess, kind enough to support having third reading, but I certainly won't be supporting this unless we're actually going to get into some details about this. We've talked about it lots, and it's just really hard on my brain when you're going to these businesses around it, hearing we might do fencing, we might do landscaping, we might do a sidewalk, we might do this stuff. It's all nice and all, but if we're going to do this, let's do it right, and let's have a topical conversation with the landscaping plan. It's not only just for beautification. If we're actually going to help the folks that are going to be staying in this, it's one of the pet peeves I've had about the Parkside Inn the whole time is there's not a bird chirping. There's not a place to go sit there for any of those folks. It's just a sad cement parking lot. And so if we're going to put folks like this in here, I really hope that we're actually doing a proper landscaping plan and actually wanting them to go out in the front of the building and not in the back of the building. So then we don't have to worry about that issue with the Chelsea Villas. But I really hope that council's not supporting this unless we see a detailed landscaping plan. So is that something that could be provided in a timely fashion to admit it from administration?
So through the chair, administration does believe that that's a reasonable request from council and the development authority. And if so requested, we do believe work has been done in this area. As it was mentioned, we have collected the engagement data that we've received to date. And we do believe we could turn around something within a couple weeks.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Bressie and then Councillor Thiessen, please.
Thank you. I was actually going to try out a motion, so perhaps if a colleague has questions, I don't know if you want me to get a motion on the floor or if you'd like to have more time for questions.
I'm just going to look to Ms. Karbashushki here for a minute. I think we have a few people that wanted to speak to this. So I think if it's okay, if we can just maybe ask our questions to administration, then we'll let, there's a few delegates that wanted to speak. I'm not sure if it's in favor or
Gotcha. I didn't realize that. Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Karbashushki, let me know that. So if you can hold off on that. But any other questions, I guess right now we can keep going with our administration if we have them. Councillor Thiessen?
Thank you very much, Chair Palat, and thank you for the last answer, Director Manuel. Just a question, a couple. I'm going to throw two in one here. Councillor Bressie and myself and several business owners and residents have mentioned that they don't want the place to look like a permanent supportive housing unit, and we don't want it to look like a fading hotel. At what point, in line with what Councillor Platt has asked for a landscaping plan, would we at least get a concept of what the exterior might look like? And I guess the second question is, as far as the facade goes, has administration had any consideration or talk with the complex projects team in regards to retrofitting the exterior? Maybe some solar siding or solar windows or something that can help the project run at net zero. Have we done any of that legwork to date?
Thank you, and through the chair. So yes, I guess facade concepts are something that we can certainly bring forward and have had some discussion around already. Additionally, the complex projects team has been initiated and will be engaged moving forward in considerations, particularly in regard to accessibility and energy efficiency, are primary considerations.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Councillor O'Toole.
For the opportunity to speak. Just got couple more questions on what the possible upgrades would be or renovations. Is there going to be an area that maybe have a picnic table and possibly a smoking area outside and enjoy the hot weather like we're having today? And as well, lighting, are we going to more lighting added? Is that something I haven't heard that yet, but I think that might even highlight the building a little bit when we get it all looking good. We can do solar power, or we can do low LED lights, stuff like that, because I do want it to look good. We've got my ophthalmologist is just down the street. I got my personal physician is down the street. I got my second dose for COVID-19 across the street. So there's a lot of medical facilities in the area, and then I really think that this is going to fit in really well. One thing that I did have a lot of conversation with people in Chelsea Village is the fact that there won't be diesel trucks running out the door and smoking up all winter, and the rumble of the trucks when they start or when they're idling. So that'll be an improvement. And so just going back to the lighting and the, I guess we could call it a park-like setting inside there.
So through the chair, certainly appropriately delineated and structured outdoor space is absolutely something that the project team has been working on and providing design considerations for, as is the lighting component. A thorough, what we call crime prevention through environmental design, so SEPTED principles, are being deployed on the site to consider the best practices in all of those areas, such as natural surveillance, lighting, appropriate uses, and so on. So to answer your question, yes.
Awesome. Thank you.
Just a couple more questions for me, Director Manuel, more specific to the building itself, and just curious about, with its age, are we going to be having to worry about asbestos in this property at all down the road with it being 40-ish plus years old?
So it has been a consideration, and administration is continued with environmental testing. Testing to date has not identified areas of concern for us.
Okay, thanks for that. And the other one, I guess, is just with it being going to be full-time residents. Are these units sprinklered? I'm assuming they are, but I just wanted to get clarification on that.
So they are not sprinklered today. However, the sprinklering is built into our renovation plan, as it would be a requirement of any supportive living facility designation.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Minhas, did you have a question?
What do you have? I know you said something about this facelifting on the front, like I know Kevin talked about this and Dylan brought it up. So it doesn't look like a liquor store and pub on the front. It looked like nice, some city property or city hall type thing. You have anything planned to upgrade it with that someday?
Certainly, when we come forward with the design considerations that around landscaping and some of the conceptual drawings, we should be able to address some of what we would call the facade improvements, so the exterior cladding of the building per se, and how we believe that could be improved.
Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. What kind of analysis has been done on foot traffic? Have we done any study, or what kind of thought has been put into how much foot traffic this might generate, in what direction we think it might be coming from and heading to when it's leaving the site?
Through the chair, fair question. So what I will probably do is, if we're returning at a subsequent meeting, I can bring our traffic engineering department with us. However, our conversations with them to date have centered around the traffic, particularly at the intersection of 121 Avenue and 100th Street. which is the major intersection in front of it. And engineering has advised us that it meets an arterial road standard that would have capacity for would have extensive capacity for pedestrian traffic flow increases. And as was mentioned before, pedestrian and vehicle user, I'm missing the word I want to use on that right now, but sometimes conflicts can occur between pedestrians and vehicles, and that speed limit on that road at 60 kilometers an hour is actually, in administration's mind, a better alternative than some of the other sites in town where you're looking at a higher speed limit than the 60 kilometers an hour without the intersection improvements available that exist at that site.
I think we might be finally out of questions for you, Director Manuel. I'll just check one more time here. Okay, so seeing none, I'm just going to stop this part of it, and I'll ask if we do have some delegations to speak in favor or support of this. I think there was 2 that had mentioned they would be. So if you're here to speak in favor or support of this, if you could just please turn on your camera and introduce yourself. So again, if you're here to speak in favor or support of this, we did have a couple names that had mentioned that they were going to come in and speak to us, but I'll just ask one more time if they're here, if they could just turn on their cameras and introduce themselves, please. Okay. If there's anybody here to oppose, I guess, if they would like to turn on their cameras and speak to this. I'll just ask one more time if there's anybody here to speak in this in opposition. If you could please turn on your camera and introduce yourself. Okay, so seeing none, I'm assuming I'm allowed to continue on with the process here now. So unfortunately, maybe the meeting has been a little bit long, so those delegates might have not had the patience to stay around quite this late. So our apologies for the meeting running late, but we can continue to move on with business arising, I think, from there. Yep, so Councillor Bressie.
Thank you. I'd move that council postpone consideration of this development permit until a landscaping plan could be presented. And just speak to this, for me, there are a whole lot of things with landscaping. I do think that it is that idea of leave something better than you arrived at it. I do want if we do end up purchasing this building, I sure want surety that it's going to look better than it does now. But also, the landscaping is really significant to the success of this building. I think that thoughtful fencing to make sure that foot traffic is going the right ways we want it to go is really important. I think a real attribute of the site is that it's 340 feet away from street access. And so there's a lot of time to identify undesirable people who don't belong here as they're walking up to the building. And that time and opportunity can be maximized if landscaping and fencing is done properly. But for me, it's even more the outdoor amenity space. I think it's important that there's at least 2. Personally, I think it's important that there's at least 2 so that the smokers can smoke and the non-smokers can get away from the smokers, but that there's outdoor space for people to take part in programs, but also just to hang out. I think, as was alluded to earlier, that's really important for their own success. And if this is where they're going to live, they need to be able to get outside. And if they're going to get healthy, they need to be able to get outside. But I also think it's very key to success of this fitting in well with the neighborhood. I know as I've toured these in other communities, I've seen that residents in other communities often become quite homebodies of these. Not all residents, but most of them, if they've got everything they need on site, they often are quite content to stay on site for the vast majority of their time. But if you don't have a good outdoor place to go, well, of course you're going to go wandering, to go for a walk, or to go find a park to get your feet on grass or whatever it is. And so for me, the landscaping really is critical to this. And I'm not ready to vote on this development permit without having a better and a more concrete idea of what it will look like.
Thanks for that, Councillor Bressie. Councillor Friesen, and then Councillor O'Toole, please.
Thank you, Chair Platt. I'd like to offer a friendly amendment. Not that So I think that I'm sure administration understands the intent, but I would like it reflected in the minutes to be more specific. You did say landscaping, and in your remarks, you mentioned outdoor amenity space. I'd like that included specifically in the motion.
I'm very open to a friendly amendment like that if the chair will permit.
If it's your amendments, and you might have a few more friendly ones before this finishes off, so we'll leave it up to you when it comes back. Yeah, I guess, Councillor Bressy. Councillor O'Toole, and I'll jump in the queue. Oh, Councillor O'Toole, we can't hear you, sorry.
Sorry about that. Been watching a lot of Zoom today, so live with that, I guess. Mr. Bressy, I was just wondering, how long did you anticipate that you would delay the, are we talking a month, or are we talking a couple of weeks, or are we talking 10 days?
So if I may, Mr. Chair.
What would you prefer?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Bressy.
So for me, I was really intentional in the motion to stay until landscaping design plan can be presented to council, because for me, it's not so much about the number of days. I wanted to leave flexibility between the mayor and administration to figure out when this shows up on our next agenda. So I'm not being specific about days. I just want us to be specific about what we expect to come to us next time we have this conversation.
That answer your question, Councillor O'Toole? You satisfied with that?
No, I was hoping that Mr. Manuel can chime in right now. I'm pretty sure he's got some ideas floating around, so I'd like to hear what he's got to say.
Okay, through the chair, I may defer to, actually, I will defer to City Manager Galante first.
Okay, thanks for that. Mr. Galante?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarity, I've been following the conversation here. So the intent is to bring back to council a landscape plan. So for administration, we will require some guidance about what council has in mind. Because to design a landscape plan, you have infinite options in terms of how many square meters of green space could be added into the parking lot, how many trees you want to put, the species of trees, water features, etc. So if the intent is that administration will design a landscape plan and then bring that back, is that the intent, or council wishes to perhaps do some sort of a workshop style? As you may remember, we did for downtown phase 1 and 2, when there were some options presented for pavers and ornamental lights, things like that, to have better definition about the features of a potential improvement on a landscape plan. So I think I'm looking for some direction and clarity on how council wishes to address that, so administration can prepare that the plan and considering the time as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that, CEO Galante. I think that's what our hope was an intent tonight, but I'll defer back to Councillor Bressy on that.
Yeah, thank you. My intent is certainly not to start it with a workshop with politicians. I think that's a great way to spend a lot more money and get something a lot not as functional as administration probably has in mind. It's, for me, I think that Director Manuel and his team seem to have a pretty good idea of what's needed in the site to make it successful. And they've been in all the engagement conversations, and they've heard from the community in a lot more formal and comprehensive manner than we have. So I think for me, I don't want council to get into debating, should we have 12 trees or 24 trees and start from scratch. I think that it's appropriate for council to have some specific feedback if it needs to, but I think it would also be really appropriate for administration to do the work of creating that plan, and then council could chime in and tweak it if council feels it needs to, but please don't start with a workshop with politicians.
Thanks, Councillor Bressy. I'm just going to jump in the queue and just, I appreciate the motion. I really do. I think it helps my mind a lot with this, but like Councillor Friesen asked for a friendly amendment about outdoor space. I think there's a couple of proponents, especially when I think of Chelsea Villas and the car dealership next door, that I think fencing is a very, very important thing for those two groups of people, that we direct that as well. So I'd love to see us specifically talk about fencing, and I'm not unopposed to some fencing all the way around the site. I think we can make this a nice site. I'm also a little concerned, and I can appreciate it, we could be driving up costs here, but 100 parking stalls, and we're only going to only at some point have 39 full-time staff on here. It just seems like a lot of parking stalls. So unless we're putting up tennis courts or basketball courts or something else for these folks to use, I don't know why we want to leave that much there. So I would just maybe ask about that. There's also been conversation about lighting. I think that's a very big integral part of this to show the community the safety aspect of it. We've also heard about front and side elevations, what's this building's going to look like. So I know the intent was landscaping, but I think for me, it's all of those things. I think if we're going to have this conversation in 2 weeks, I'd love to have that, or whenever administration comes back, I'd like to have the conversation around all of those things potentially. But I agree with Councillor Bressie. Certainly not an expert at that. I've had my opinions on it, but I'd much rather have administration come back and say, this is what this would look like. Also considering that they've only got a certain budget that we've said so far in this report that we're going to do for improvements. So the improvements we're talking about could end up eating up a big portion of that, of the $3 million we're talking about already. So just want to be cognizant of that as well. So just my comments for Councillor Bressie. You can decide how he wants to friendly amendment or not from there. Any other comments from anybody else on council? Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Platt. I really do like the idea of the fencing, and in fact, you stole what I wanted to add, or I wasn't sure I could friendly amend it. Councillor Friesen mentioned lighting, and I think those should be part of this landscaping plan. I'm not looking for anything special. I do like the motion. I like it because it keeps the public hearing open and open to debate and open to anybody who maybe couldn't be here, who might have a better idea or a better objection to the project. All in all, when I'm thinking about a landscaping plan, for me, I don't need anything grandiose. Like it could be pie in the sky stuff. I just need to know where the green space is going to be, how many extra trees we're going to plant, how many flower planters we may have, stuff like that. And maybe if there's a sit-down recreation space, whether that's patio chairs, or whether that's picnic tables, or whether that's a smoking station. I'm not looking to build any basketball courts, but if it ends up being cheaper than chopping up concrete, then why not? You know, that could add another amenity space to it. But as far as landscaping, it's like when we put pipe in the ground, it's pipe in the ground. You start with the green stuff first, so grass, trees, bushes, shrubs, flowers, and then let's plan out from there. I don't need to see anything super detailed, and like Councillor Bress said, I too am worried about getting a bunch of us into a room to workshop this, because then we'll just see what happened with the downtown and those costs will escalate. So yeah, I don't think it needs to be anything specific, but I do like the ideas of adding in fencing and lighting, and yeah, if that can be friendly amended in there as well, then I'm all for this. Thanks.
Councillor Bressie. I guess this could be to close if you want. I think everybody's kind of had a round. I don't see anybody other with their hands up. So
yeah, so I'm definitely open to the friendly amendments of adding outdoor amenity space, fencing and lighting. Just I think with the understanding that this motion, my intent isn't that we're directing administration to do anything specific with those. Just show us what are their plans for that, so that we can direct something specific. But definitely happy to. And who knows, maybe they come back and say, hey, this isn't in the landscaping plan, and here's why that's not in the landscaping plan. But I'd consider that meeting the intent of this motion as well. So as long as everybody's on the same page as I am, I'm very open to those friendly amendments.
Okay, sounds good. So is there a motion on the floor then that you'd like to make, or is Ms. Garbachushi being able to capture something from that? I just want to see if we can have. It's overheated, yeah. So we'll just take a pause here, and we'll maybe just look onto our e-scribe for the wording on the motion, and hopefully that meets your intent, Councillor Bressie.
Matches my intent. I'm happy to have those friendly amendments. And just something I do want to highlight to council again is my intent is that there is no specific timeline attach this so that if administration feels they need to come forward with a development permit and then a ratification at a later meeting, but we can't take 4 weeks to do that or whatever, I'm very open to the idea of this maybe isn't our next regular scheduled meeting. It's just when that landscaping plan is ready.
Okay. Sounds good, Councillor Bressie. And so I believe it's on our e-scribe now. So if everybody wants to check, and we can please vote. Just waiting for another vote, it looks like here. Or it's just overheating.
I don't see it, and so I'm going to vote yes.
So Councillor Minhas votes in favor. So were you missing any other votes, Ms. Karbachushki, or do we need to?
If everyone could just verbal vote for me, I'll enter into eScribe.
Okay. Councillor Friesen?
I'm in favor.
Councillor Bressie?
In favor.
Councillor Thiessen?
In favor.
Councillor Minhas?
Favor.
And Councillor O'Toole. Okay, it looks like in favor. I just didn't hear it, and I'm also in favor. So that passes unanimously, and that will close off this portion of the development permit. And with that, if I can maybe just ask, well, it's after 10 here, we'll maybe take a 2-minute pause, and we'll let Mayor Clayton make her way back into chambers for the next portion of the meeting, please. Oh, and thanks for everybody calling me Mayor, as much as I don't deserve that.
2, 1. Good evening and welcome back to the City Council of June 28th. I'm just having an issue here with my eScribe, so give me 1 second now. It appears as I unlocked it from my plugin. Okay, here we go. Come on. All right, so sorry. I'm just reloading my eScribe. Apologies for this. Yes, for those who are watching, if you missed it, the outdoor spray parks are opening at 8 a.m. till 9 p.m. until Friday. So a great way if you're out walking your dog or take your children early to the park before the sun gets too hot. Sorry, I'm just having problems loading. Very good. So next under reports, no. 16.2. All right, so look for introduction from administration, and I'll turn this over to Ms. Brock.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm just going to...
And I apologize for those who are watching. I'll introduce that a little better. This is regarding development permit PL 210234, a 12-story mixed-use apartment building at 10125 100th Avenue. Thank you, Ms. Brock.
And thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Can you just confirm that you can see my PowerPoint
presentation? Yes, we can. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you very much. As you'd indicated, this is a development permit application for the 12-story mixed-use apartment building to be located at 10125 100th Avenue. The subject property is located in the central commercial land use district where a mixed-use apartment is identified as a permitted use. In 2020, administration received and approved a development permit application for a 10-story mixed-use apartment building. Then on May 18th, 2021, the applicant submitted an amendment to the approved development permit proposing to increase the number of floors from 10 stories to 12 stories. The proposed development would have the main floor, which would consist of commercial and office space. Then floors 2 through 11 would see 160 residential units. The 12th floor, which would be the rooftop floor, would have 2 outdoor amenity areas, an indoor meeting area, and a gym as well. The proposed development is also proposing a 3-level parkade that would include 154 parking stalls. Nearby land uses include 214 Place, a religious assembly, numerous downtown businesses, as well as Muskosipi Park. The mixed-use development would support local businesses by increasing foot traffic and would create an area the residents could live, work, and play. The subject site is located within the overlay of the Downtown Enhancement Plan and is supported by numerous policy statements in this plan. The plan states that smart growth encourages reverting back to ground level commercial with residential over top. This type of mixed use development may be particularly suitable for neighborhood activity centers and downtown. It also, in policy statement 4.1.2, states in order to introduce vitality and people to downtown, council will give favorable consideration to proposals for medium density residential land uses within retail areas, except on 100th Avenue where ground floor commercial office is required. And it also states that preferably any new buildings should contain a mix of both retail and residential. The municipal development plan The proposed development is also supported by numerous policy statements in the municipal development plan, including vision and guiding principles and growth management. It identifies a guiding principle, support the enhancement of our downtown as an active, inclusive, and attractive focal point for the community to live, work, and play. The proposed mixed-use apartment building would provide for residential units in close proximity to the work, retail, and park spaces. And under growth management, it states that managing growth in a sustainable manner will require reduced dependence on vehicular traffic, ensuring a balance between residential and non-residential development opportunities, being environmentally, socially, fiscally responsibility, and reinvesting in the downtown and mature neighborhoods. The proposed development meets the objectives of the growth management policy, as it is a mixed-use development that will provide residential units in the downtown that can support reducing the dependence on vehicles. As previously stated, the proposed development is located in the Central Commercial District. The Central Commercial District has a maximum floor area ratio of 4 times the site area. The proposed development is requesting a variance to the FAR standard. The floor area permitted for the subject property is 10,486.4 square meters, and the applicant is proposing a floor area of 11,720.7 square meters, which is a FAR of 4.47 and resulting in an 11.75% variance. The land use bylaw identifies council as the development authority for variances to FAR that are 10.1% or greater. Administration is of the opinion that the variances to FAR standard will not impact or alter the character of the neighborhood and will not negatively impact other properties. The land use bylaw requires that adjacent property owners be notified when proposed developments are requesting a variance exceeding 10%. Administration sent out an information package to all adjacent property owners informing them of the proposed development. A total of 10 notices were sent out. Administration received 1 response to the circulation indicating opposition to the city leasing the commercial space portion of the development. And just in summary, the proposed development application is for a 12-story mixed-use apartment building that would have 160 residential units, as well as 2 rooftop outdoor amenity areas, an indoor meeting area, a gym, underground parking containing 154 stalls, and commercial office space on the main floor. It is consistent with the policies of the municipal development plan and the downtown enhancement plan and would generate additional activity in the downtown. Administration is of the opinion that the variance to the floor area ratio will not impact or alter the character of the neighborhood and will not negatively impact other properties, and therefore recommends that council approve development permit PL 210234 subject to the conditions noted in the development permit. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Brock, and thank you for staying up so late with us this evening to move on to this additional business. I had a question before I open it to council for questions. I'm just curious if there was a proponent here to speak in case there's questions that you can't answer. Is the representative from the development permit application here this evening?
Yes, there is.
Okay, thank you for that. So comments, questions from council. I see Councillor Thiessen, then Councillor Bressie.
Thank you very much. Your divine worship. There we go. Yeah, the real mayor's back in her seat. All right. Thank you very much for your report, Ms. Brock. In fact, I'm heavily in favor of this, although I do have one question, a slight concern. So 160 residential units downtown, great. 2 extra floors, great. 154 stalls, underground parking, that's great. Commercial retail space on the main floor, that's great. It's all great. I guess my question is just around parking. So with 160 residential units and only 154 parking stalls, how many of those parking stalls are tailored to the businesses and the retail spaces on the main floor? And is there going to be above ground parking on site?
Ms. Brock?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. There are some parking spaces above ground and to the south of the building. As for which stalls would be designated for commercial. I do not have the answer to that. However, I could state that the Central Commercial District does not have a requirement for parking, and that the applicant is providing 154 stalls is a pretty big bonus.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. Brock.
Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. Could you just tell me a little bit more about the point of floor area ratio? I'm just confused by why it matters from a planning perspective as much. I get why you don't want a footprint to be too big on a site, but I don't get why it matters how many stories you have in terms of footprint and all that. So why is this in our land use bylaw?
Ms. Brock?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I anticipated this question. However, I don't have the best question, the best answer to it. We believe that it has something to do with massing, and it was previously inputted into the land use bylaw by previous councils, previous administration, and it's definitely something moving forward that we are going to look at.
Great.
Councillor Bressie?
Great, thank you. I appreciate that. Now I don't feel bad being so confused by why they even need a variance for this. And also, I'm glad that council's initiated a regular review of all of our bylaws, because there are clearly things in our land use bylaw that need reviewing.
Thank you for that. I had a question, Ms. Brock. I'm wondering, with this additional space being added, I think it's great. It shows the confidence in our community and our region that this developer has. It shows, the potential growth for our community and intensification downtown, which I think is a great item for the city to be proud of, for this developer to be proud of, to invest in the downtown. My question is there any potential delay in timing of the build based on the additional 2 floors?
Mayor Clayton, are you asking from a development permitting issuance perspective?
Absolutely,
or
and I guess from an actual operational perspective as well, now there's an additional 2 floors. Is there new redesign plans? Is there new scheduling of trades? Is this potential a delay in the overall project because of the approval of 2 new floors?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. From a development permitting perspective, if council chooses to approve this development, there is a 21-day appeal period, as with other variances and discretionary uses, to which they wouldn't be able to construct until then. We already have the resubmitted drawings. We had those before we moved forward with this application. So from a development permitting perspective, we will just have the appeal period.
So the delay at this point is 21 days in essence.
That's correct. And then time for building permit applications, I would assume.
Okay. I have a question for Director Glavin, if I could. I'll give him a minute to get on.
I can't get my video on.
That's okay.
But I'm here.
Thank you. Question in regards to any of the sort of dates that were in our agreement in regards to supporting this project. Does a 21-day and potentially, let's say, I don't know what a development permit takes, but let's call it a month. Does this trigger any concerns from your perspective in regards to the milestones that were put in place with this developer?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. When the developer gave an update a few weeks ago, we were still waiting for ATCO to do the relocation to utilities. So they are a little bit behind what the initial schedule was. However, my understanding is that they're limited by, one, the development permit, but also the ATCO relocation to utilities to start construction on that site. So they are a little bit behind where we would have initially expected them to be, but right now with ATCO, that's beyond their control.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further comments from, Councillor Minhas.
Thank you, Brock. This was very nice. I'm actually favored to you bring in 2 level up. But my question is, how many, it's going to be 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, what's the ratio going to be 160 residentials?
Ms. Brock?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I just don't have that information directly in front of me. I wonder if the applicant would be able to quickly answer that.
Welcome, Mr. Mudrick, if you could just introduce yourself for those who are watching.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Clayton and Council. And so my name is Shane Mudrick. I am the manager of the development company 1170292 Alberta Limited. That is the developer for this project. And to Councilman Minhouse's question, the unit mix currently on the 160 units is going to be 91 bedrooms, 42 bedrooms, and 20 studio units.
Thank you.
Councilor Minhas, all right. Thank you for that, Mr. Mudrick. Any further comments or questions for either Ms. Brock or Mr. Mudrick? Seeing none, I think we are good. I will look to council to move on to business arising from this development permit. Councilor Bressie.
Great, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd move the council approve development permit PL 210234, subject to the conditions noted in appendix number 5, development permit PL 210234. And just to speak to this, I wasn't on council when some of you initiated the downtown rehabilitation, and I admit I was skeptical when I first heard about it as just a resident, but holy smokes, does this ever show the success and the vision of that. And this is going to be an incredible addition to our downtown, and frankly, it's going to be a much welcomed addition to our tax base as well. So this is an exciting development permit for us to approve, and I encourage council to approve it.
Great, thanks. That motion is in order. Any comments or questions on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. It says vote now, but no. There we go. Councilor Minhas, how do you vote? In favor? Yes?
Yes.
Thank you for that. All right. And that motion is carried unanimously. Okay, moving on to item 16.3, AUMA resolutions, and I will turn this over. There's two resolutions here. First one being the property assessment averaging AUMA resolution. And I will introduce Rory Tarrant, our intergovernmental relations advisor. And thank you for staying so late.
No worries. Thank you, Chair Clayton. So before us here, we have a couple of resolutions that are being asked to be submitted to AUMA. The first one is a resolution on property assessment averaging. So the request from council was to look at a tool or mechanism that our assessment department could have that would be able to smooth the spikes that we sometimes see in residential assessments, residential and commercial assessments. Sometimes because Alberta, we are required to do annual assessments. It's good in that we get, a true market evaluation every year. However, that sometimes can mean, based on market changes, spikes or dips. That can be a financial burden sometimes to have a drastic increase in assessment. So some provinces like BC and Quebec allow the use of tools like assessment averaging, which would allow municipalities, if they would like to choose to smooth out assessment over a period of 3 to 5 years. And so then you sort of remove some of the spikes, so you're not seeing your assessment jump up and down for some of those more volatile properties. And depending on certain contexts, that sometimes developers and business owners are requesting that. So this request is to ask AUMA to advocate for this on behalf of all the municipalities in the province. And so the resolution there is attached.
Thank you for that, Mr. Tarrant. I will just give a brief background for those who may be watching and unfamiliar with this process. AUMA is the Alberta Urban Municipalities Association, and they advocate with the province on behalf of the municipalities. Annually, municipalities such as the City of Grande Prairie go to a convention where there's resolutions put on a floor to be voted on. If passed with the majority of the representatives from across the urban municipalities, these turn become the resolutions that AUMA advocates for. So annually, City of Grande Prairie with other municipalities have an opportunity to bring forward resolutions. Today, Council has two in front of them that, if endorsed, will go to the AUMA convention to then in turn potentially be endorsed by AUMA as a whole. So there's just a brief background, but comments or questions on the presentation? Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton, and thank you very much, Mr. Tarrant, on your presentation. I really like this resolution as I do the other one. But with this one, I was just wondering, is there a potential downside too? If we're going to do assessment averages, is there still the potential for a homeowner or business owner to receive a large spike or dip in their assessment value after the averaged out period ends?
Mr. Tarrant or Director Burke, whoever. Go ahead, Mr. Tarrant.
Yeah, through the chair. So we're requesting, we framed the resolution to be a little bit more open-ended in that we would have a variety of tools. Property assessment averaging can be done in a number of different ways. Like I said, the period can change to, sometimes, like with the City of Vancouver, what they do is they only apply it to properties that have seen a spike over a certain threshold. So the last few years, it's been 10%. So any property owner has seen a spike above 10%, they would then be moved into this averaging. So there's a number of different ways. We haven't given a prescribed exact method that we would like to see, but just that we would like the province to be able to provide municipalities the flexibility to have those options available to us, and so then we can massage and develop policies that would be applicable to our local context.
Awesome. I appreciate your answer, Rory. Thank you very much.
Further comments or questions for administration? Councillor O'Toole, did I see your hand? Oh, you just muted, Mr. O'Toole.
There was no more questions. I would be willing to make the motion.
Okay, I don't see anybody moving, so go ahead, Councillor O'Toole.
I move the council endorse the AUMA property assessment averaging resolution submission.
Thank you for that. Comments or questions on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. And that's carried unanimously. Moving on to our second AUMA resolution of the evening. This is a resolution in regards to regional center funding. Mr. Tarrant.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So the next one revolves around funding for regional centers. We've left it, again, a little open-ended, that we don't want to prescribe exactly what a regional center is. That's open to discussion and debate within AUMA, but the concept that a place like Grande Prairie or Lethbridge, Medicine Hat, that draws a greater population base to the urban center for recreational facilities, for churches, for community centers. There's a number of different services that are accessed within the municipality, and there's a municipal cost to those. And so the request is that there would be a dedicated funding stream that would help compensate the disproportionate burden that's placed on taxpayers who live in those regional service centers.
Thank you for that introduction. Comments or questions on the resolution? Councillor Platt.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm just curious if maybe somebody from administration could just give me a heads up of what the magnitude of funding we'd be hoping for if this was to be approved, or what, just to give me a sense of scale of what the intent or hope of what that would look like.
So, Councillor Platt, I know Mr. Tarrant and I have spoke about this. So, in the past, there was a funding formula, and maybe Mr. Tarrant, you can expand on what it looked like in the past and what the potential opportunities are.
For sure. So in the past, there was, for 1 year, there was under the Alberta Community Partnership Grant, there was a metropolitan funding, which was for the 9 largest service centers within the province. And I believe we received just over $1 million a year. We only received it for 1 year. But that would be, I think in the magnitude, we've done some very rough calculations through our ICF discussions in terms of the impact on some of those tax-exempt properties and what we feel would be adequate compensation for those. In that realm of $1 to $2 million, we think would be sufficient, but certainly open to further discussion. And, we're looking for more of the principle to be endorsed within AUMA.
Councillor Platt.
Okay, thanks for that. And those are bigger numbers than I was anticipating. So something like that would be great. I'm struggling a little bit about, we talk a lot about health tourism, and if you don't have a regional health facility, you don't get that. And so as much as I love to see the province give us more, I'd be worried a little bit about some other places in the region and the province saying, hey, you already got the hospital and now you want money instead. We've got neighboring communities that would love to have a hospital. So I like the intent of this. I'm just not really sure when it gets to AMA it's going to have a lot of teeth, because I think other than the 6 or 7 larger cities, I don't know a lot of other people that support this. I like the intent that the city can get money for sure. I'm just having a hard time seeing this being supported at AMA.
Councillor Pressley, then Councillor Thiessen.
I just point out that this is something that I appreciate that this was kind of broadly written, because it could, before the metropolitan funding was for the 9 largest centers, but there are other regional centers, and they can be really small. I don't know if anybody caught it, but just last week, Mayor Peterson from Hythe gave a really blistering interview about how Hythe serving as a regional facility and having, I think it's 40% of their tax base being non-taxable regional facilities is what put their community under. And he had nothing good to say, it seemed like, about the provincial treatment of his village as a regional facility. So I think this is something that really is relevant to more than just cities potentially. I also would point out that if we were getting this, maybe we wouldn't have been so pugnacious with the county over the last 2 years trying to hammer out ICF. And it is something that I think that regional service centers being properly and adequately and predictably funded really does help everybody play nicer together, but also does help the residents of the entire region, not just the ones that live in that service center, have predictable, sustainable services. So I think that this might be a hard sell at AUMA, but I truly do think if properly implemented, it really does benefit all Alberta municipalities, not just the few big cities.
Thank you. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I think this one as well is going to be a tough sell at AUMA, but I also say, like, if you don't swing at the ball, you'll never hit a home run, right? So you got to swing every once in a while. So I appreciate this coming forward. I guess part of my hesitation is when we start talking about regional funding centers, the first 2 cities that pop into my mind are Edmonton and Calgary, and typically, like, anytime they're involved in any kind of formula through the province, they usually get the lion's share of any budget that's out there. So I'm not proposing to make any amendments to exclude them, because if this were to pass at AUMA, we'd need them there, and then we'd have to have those discussions. They have their own big city charters that they've negotiated and renegotiated over time, so maybe that's helpful for them. But I really do like this. Do I think the province is going to take it up? Maybe not this government, but and maybe not AUMA either. But I think if we don't make a pitch for it, we'll never get it. So thanks for putting in the time and effort for this, Rory, and I'd be willing to vote for it and send it to AUMA.
Thanks for that. I'll just interject. I see no other comments. As you mentioned, Councillor Thiessen, both City of Calgary and Edmonton do have their big city charters. This, in essence, is something that when the Alberta Community Partnership funding was in place and the metropolitan funding, it impacted municipalities over 55,000. And so there was many municipalities that would consider themselves an urban centre that weren't qualifying for this. This, in our municipality, means things like, as mentioned, getting support for the tax exempt properties, the storm drainage, the snow removal, the fire services that we continually add, that we pay for as the City of Grande Prairie ratepayers, to provide these services to the region. So I like that Mr. Tarrant has left it very vague because of the fact that there is opportunities for AUMA to work with the province to mold it around what makes sense in what means to be an urban centre and what you're providing. Some urban centers provide a courthouse, some provide a whole gamut of things. And so there's definitely some work there's some room here to massage this a bit, but I also think that it fundamentally goes along with the work that we've done with ICF and the communication that we've had in regards to what we provide for the region. It also ties in well to our earlier discussion on us providing a rapid vaccination clinic on our own dime. So there's things like that tie in well to this, and I think that this is a great discussion at AUMA. So I would hope that Council would support it tonight. Councillor O'Toole.
Very well said, Mayor Clayton. I agree with everything that you had just mentioned, some of the things that we've had to go through. And I'd like to thank Rory for putting this together. And if there's no other questions, I would be willing to make that motion.
I see none at this time, so go ahead, Councillor O'Toole.
I move the Council endorse the AUMA Regional Centre funding resolution submission.
Comments or questions on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. And that passes unanimously. Thank you for your time, Mr. Tarrant. Moving on, item number 17, there was no delegation business tonight. And moving to council member reports. I'm going to go on the screen first and then through the chambers. I'll start with Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much. I had no council meetings to go to that involved me, how would you put it, committees. And so with that, I'll just talk about some of the things that I did bring up with Community Futures. We had a lemonade stand funder, I guess it was the small business, the youth, and they presented on last Saturday. And with that, some of them were really good at marketing and some were not. Some made a lot of money and some did not. Some found the locations were not the greatest and moved around. But I just want to highlight one little guy that was in front of the Wonderland Toy and Hobby. There's going to be an aggressive salesman in the future, him and his brother. They noticed that the cars were stopping for quite a while, so he went down and gave everybody the heads up that they were selling lemonade to get their money out. And when they got to the stop sign, they would have lemonade for them. And so that was good. Also, I did the, got it in my book here. Well, you know what? I leave it at that. You caught me off guard.
We've only been here 7 hours, so take your time.
Yeah, I know. I'm starting to get heat stroke. Well, we'll leave it at that. I did have a boxing promoter visit in Grande Prairie. He's trying to have an event. We've got a time in September. And with that, you're going to see professional boxing come back to Grande Prairie. It will be held out at Evergreen Park. And I tried to try my best to sell them the Revolution Place or even the any other location in Grande Prairie, but everything was sort of booked up. So with that, that's my report for today.
Thanks so much, Councillor O'Toole. Councillor Minhas.
Yeah, I just to say the appreciation for being a meeting with the Grande Prairie College, which is we haven't done for a long time, and that was a great thing to learning and see what's going on there. And then we had the AHS thing there that was other good for me to learn and see where we are and what we're doing with the new hospitals. And one more thing was, but I forgot. Well, that's about it for today. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor Minhas. I will go to Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. One quick update from the Regional Recreation Committee that my meeting that myself and Mayor Clayton attended was there was discussion about what to do with the coordinator position. Former coordinator has done such great work that she's moving on to a full-time position with the county. And so there was talk about what to do with that position, and the decision was made at the committee that the city will now be hosting that position. So no change in the financing, but there might be a little bit of soft support that the city's on the hook for. But overall, we think it'll be good for the city to have a turn hosting that position and getting to learn more about what it does. The other thing that I'll draw council's attention to is you might have noticed that when we were talking about Minister McIver's letter, I came in a little bit hot today. And part of that was because of some excellent reporting done by Janet French with the CBC today. And when it comes to post-secondary cuts, there hasn't been a lot of transparency around exactly who got cut and by how much. And so a freedom of information privacy process was undertaken by Janet French. And we actually have the numbers of how post-secondary funding changed in the province. And GPRC over 2 years, 14% decrease, which wasn't surprising. 14.2% decrease, which wasn't surprising to me. What was surprising and very disappointing to me was that is 3% higher than the average decrease. And the only two institutions that received bigger decreases than GPRC were Keano and U of A. And so I think that's very clear to me that the importance of GPRC in supporting the North and in supporting the engine of Alberta's economy isn't being recognized by this government. And I think that this is a clear place that we probably should be advocating for. So I came in hot earlier, and that's a big reason because our post-secondary institution isn't being given the respect and the importance it deserves in this province.
Anything else for roundtable, Councillor Bressie?
No, I shared my piece. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Friesen.
Thank you. So I attended with Councillor Bressie as chair, the Municipal Police Advisory Committee, and I'm delighted to report that he was elected chair by the membership, and it was my first time at the committee, having been newly appointed to it, and it was great to see the engagement of our enforcement services. Kelly Kokesh was there from the city, as well as Chris Manuel. Peter King and Superintendent Curry were there from the RCMP, and the value in having our advisory committee members have access to them to ask questions. It really amazed me, the nature of the questions that were being asked and the fantastic answers being given. Also this week, I really enjoyed National Indigenous Peoples Day, the events that took place down at the park over the weekend. In fact, at both the museum and then at the amphitheater on Sunday afternoon are always enjoyable to celebrate our First Nations. And I also just, we do attend sort of ongoing education once in a while, and last week I attended a conflict of interest workshop. We've had a few times when we have had to declare conflict of interest, and I wanted to brush up on when and what the nature of those conflicts would be. So that was enjoyable. And I'll leave the rest to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Friesen. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just had a couple external committees, first being the Storm Board. So the Storm will be opening up their Prospects Camp on August 20th. and their main camp will start on August 29th. Their home opening dates are September 25th and 26th, and so they'll be starting the week before on the road, but they are starting their season September 25th, 26th. They're also going to have 5 exhibitions games scheduled in earlier September. So the schedule will be out soon. The AGM for the AJHL is actually this Saturday, so I would assume that we'll see the complete package after that. On our financial report review from our treasurer, Mark Krause, it's good to see with the injection of $77,000 from the Alberta government, the net loss for the year is going to be around $2,800. So the club was able to kind of get through last year, almost at a break even between that money and some of the other money that they received through some of the other programs. They're actually not bad cash position. A big part of that was their pay to play. Currently, players that were playing on the Storm are actually paying to play there. And so that'll be interesting to see how that washes out over time, as other cities may not do that with their players. So that could be an issue for the Storm moving forward. The other meeting I had was for this airport committee. And so I'm sure a few of you have heard. We have a new airline coming to town with some really great flights to Vancouver and Toronto. Only once a week at this point, but $49 flights to Vancouver and $59 flights to Toronto. And what's encouraging about that is if those do work well, is getting our numbers back up at the airport, because we're all well aware of what that's looked like the last few years. So I also want to just mention a thank you to Brian and his team. As Councillor Thiessen knows, when we first got the budget for next year, it was a very large red line number. They've actually mitigated that down almost $600,000 in the first 5 months. Some of that's been through some government supports being extended through the federal government, but a lot of it has just been doing with Brian and his team just continually finding ways to cut and pull back. And they did maybe in a good way under forecast passenger movements, which are only sitting around 4,000 a month still, but they were anticipating even worse. So that, they've done a good job mitigating all things considered, but it's still a pretty big red number going into the year. At the end of the year, much lower than what it looked like 5 months ago. So I want to again thank Brian and his team.
Thank you for that. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Not much to report here, as I took a little bit of a vacation here out into the mountains to get away from my phone for a while. So that was really nice. I did have a meeting with the Grand Spirit Foundation, but nothing significant to report to Council here today. Would like to encourage Council, or at least make Council aware that tomorrow is our Nighthawk annual general meeting, and all members of Council are welcome. So if you'd like a link to the Zoom, just tell me after meeting and I'll shoot you in there. You can see what Nighthawks is doing with hill reclamation and other stuff. As far as that goes, I do want to say something. It seems like my colleagues have a little bit of something to say here, but just over this past week, I know we had a moment of silence earlier today in regards to 751 more unmarked graves being found in Cowessess, Saskatchewan. So that's 2 residential schools, almost 1,000 children gone. History says that 150,000 children were taken from their family, and how many tens of thousands of those never returned that we're going to discover here. It means a lot of moments of silence going forward in the future. It means a lot of flags at half mast. It means a lot of sadness. But I'm not bringing this up to depress everybody. I'm only bringing it up because I think it's about time that our leaders in this country, and that includes us too, start speaking up more about the travesties that happened in our lifetime. The last residential schools, and our closest one in Sturgeon Lake, closed in 1996. We haven't even discovered any of anything that we might find on those grounds there. That was the year I graduated, and it's a sad thing to think that this essentially, through the Indian Act, was legislated genocide. And our leaders, as much as they apologize and say sorry, I want to hold them to account, both federally and provincially. And I think people need to start holding people to account. It's one thing to take the bodies out of the ground and give them a proper burial right. It's another thing to deal with the past by handling the present right now and ensuring that this doesn't happen again in the future. So there are many recommendations in the Truth and Reconciliation Committee. I think the first thing our federal government can do is to provide clean, fresh water to those 33 First Nations communities that don't have access to it right now. To our provincial government, I think more consultation with our First Nations populations who are saying right now, open up the residential school sites, and let's see that. I was encouraged to see that the provincial government did put some funding aside for that, but I think more needs to be done. This is a matter of retribution for not just our country, but for humanity, period. I try to imagine myself losing my kids the way our First Nations people lost their kids, and I don't think I'd be sitting in this chair today. In fact, I don't think I'd be a functioning human being, let alone alive at this time. So us as community leaders, we need to not try to bury this in our moments of silence. We need to speak up about it. We need to speak up on for the members of our community. We need to speak up for the members of our humanity, and we need to speak up to our government, who is slow to move but quick to speak. So in saying that, I anticipate more tears, more heartaches, more flags, but we need some action out of our higher levels of government, and we need to take them to task for that. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. I will go through some committee business and then a little bit of a roundtable. I attended the Regional Rec Association Committee meeting with Councillor Presley, as mentioned. Also, earlier mentioned, was able to bring greetings on behalf of Council to the Angel Investing Forum, which was a great opportunity to see the potential of our region when people get behind it, invest in it. As well, as mentioned, we had our GPRC meeting, which was a great discussion and a nice update. We haven't had a meeting like that in many years, so it was nice to reach out to that stakeholder within our region. GPRTA, the Grande Prairie Regional Tourism Association, had their AGM last week, appointed a couple new board members, as well as following the same day we had a board meeting under the direction of fairly new executive director Ken Loudon. We put forward some great initiatives, and I think you'll continue to see some great things out of the association. So thank you to the volunteers that continue to put their name forward for that board and the work that they're doing. On a personal note, I had an opportunity to have a sneak peek at the Grande Prairie Art Gallery of a Balik Banyan Box exhibit, which is a collaboration of 4 or 5 Filipino artists and their interpretation of what a banyan box is. So if it hasn't opened already, it opens very shortly, and I would encourage you. It's a very interpretive, a very interactive exhibit, so I encourage after July 1st people to get out and experience that. I also brought greetings on behalf of Council, and Councillor O'Toole attended as well, the residential school garden naming and dedication at the Veterans Memorial Gardens and Interpretive Center. Politicians from across the region brought greetings, and it was a very nice service, so thank you for inviting me to that. I wanted to update those watching on just a couple city initiatives of importance currently. First being bridge maintenance that's happening throughout Muskosipi Park Trails starts today. So there's 13 bridges that we'll be expecting delays on. We'll do one a day as the anticipation, assuming that the work and the restoration goes as planned. It includes washing and painting, deck treatments, etc., repairing some rails. So you will be rerouted on each of those as the construction crews get through the sites, but just to let you know that we're investing in the trail network, and this construction potential, a little bit of an inconvenience, will be part of that process. The next item I wanted to just remind people, the city facilities are open. There are city facilities open for drop-in to keep cool, to get a reprieve from the heat. Possibly your house, as mine, doesn't have air conditioning, and it's extremely hot for yourselves. And we appreciate that and understand that. And so we encourage you, if you want to come in, cool down during the heat wave, you can go on the city website for specific hours, but it includes facilities such as the Ernie Radburn Pavilion, Grande Prairie Museum, Montrose Cultural Center, and the East Link Center. So it's, we remind you to take health precautions in this heat wave. Stay safe, keep hydrated, wear sunscreen and the appropriate clothing. And as mentioned earlier, the spray parks will be open early for you to enjoy those from 8 a.m. till 9 p.m. until this Friday. And last but not least, just as Councillor Thiessen had mentioned, our hearts and thoughts are with the First Nation and Métis community as we reflect on the news and the need to continue down the path towards reconciliation. So I thank you for your comments, Councillor Thiessen. And with that, I will wish you all a good evening. Oh, sorry, Councillor Friesen.
Thank you. I just wanted to give a shout out and a thank you to Mayor Kate Potter of Sexsmith, who hosted our intermunicipal meeting. And it was quality engagement with GPRC and AHS and each other, and great swag bags from Sexsmith Farmers Market. We've been nibbling today on some delicious stuff, so thank you for that.
Thank you for pointing that out, Councillor Friesen. That was a great night. It was nice to see everybody from across the region back on one call again. So if I see nothing further from anyone, I will thank administration, everyone who stayed so late with us, and enjoy the rest of your evening. Good night.